I'd be the best mod. Well, unfortunately, you're on the no-fly zone. No-fly list? No-fly list. Hi, chat. Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ. Good morning. Good morning. Not used to saying that yet. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I'm gonna be completely honest. I was way too hungover from Spike's wedding. I had such a bad headache. So here we are, being aspiring Spike instead, while Spike is in Japan for 2 weeks, I believe. So we're taking his time slot to entertain his audience, the people. So first and foremost today, we're gonna play a little bit of Red Green Broodscale, which is a list I was thinking about taking to the RC. And then we also have to do the if we lose, we play it stream. I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. Yo, Backwaters, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Magical, thank you for being a member over on the YouTube stream. And Oishi, good morning. So yeah, you guys are gonna be spikeless for 2 weeks. So I'm gonna do my best to fill the role of Mr. Spike. Obviously my decks are not gonna be as cool because I don't have the thinking cap that he does. But we do have to test for the regional championships coming up for Vegas, so we're gonna play like probably more competitive aligned decks with some fancy cards in it. The wedding was amazing. It was a really good time. Doomwake and I kind of enabled each other a little bit, and we had a little drinking contest. And let me tell you, Doomwake put me into the ground. I ended up at a total of 7 drinks, and Doomwake beat me at 9. And yesterday was rough. I'll say that much. Yesterday was rough. Did you talk about Twitch chat? I love Twitch chat. I would never say anything bad about Twitch chat. Yeah, I definitely did not outdrink him. I don't really drink anyways, so it was extra rough. But chat, YouTube, it's deck tech time. This time for a little bit of red green Broodscale with some fancy cards like Unholy Heat and Blasphemous Act that we're gonna get into in a little bit. Yo, Sajad, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate it. What's it like getting up with the sun? I'm not used to it. But I did realize while I was over at Spike's house that I kind of like the after dark aesthetic. So we're gonna go with the after dark aesthetic for today, and we'll see how the vibes are. But chat, YouTube, it's tactic time. This time for a little bit of red green brood scale with some spicy ones, some heaters. We got 2 copies of Unholy Heat in the main deck as a little bit of removal. We got 4 copies of Ancient Stirrings to help us find our pieces like Blade, Broodscale, Flesh Raker, Kozilek's Command, Emrakul, Chrysalis, etc. Then we got our Urza Saga targets, which are 4 Bladed Blood Chiefs to combo with our Broodscale and our Flesh Raker. We got 1 Haywire Might to go destroy artifacts and enchantments. We got 1 Needle for activated abilities, Soul Guide Lantern for Graveyard Hate, Springleaf Drum for a little bit of mana acceleration, which I think is better than Vexing Bauble in this list. Or sorry, not Vexing Bauble, Mox Opal. And then 2 copies of Vexing Bauble kind of just dunks on Affinity Game 1 if you're on the play. And is also just consequently good against all of the Jeskai Blink that are playing a bunch of Solitudes. And some of the Esper lists are playing Subtlety and Force Negation, so it helps all around there. Then we got 4 copies of the Broodscale, of course, to combo with our Blade, 4 Malevolent Rumble to help find our pieces and fill Delirium for Emrakul. 4 Flesh Rakers to combo kill your opponent with the Broodscale plus the Blade. 3 Chrysalis is kind of like a roadblock to help you get to Emrakul most of the time, but it also lets you enable some pretty huge Kozilek's commands, and then, of course, your top end Emrakul. Mana base wise, got 2 copies of Beseiju for Artifact Enchantment Destruction, 2 Cavern of Souls to have uncounterable Eldrazi, 4 Eldrazi Temple, 4 Urza Saga as some of our other utility lands, 2 mana for Eldrazi, help us find our Blade and other pieces and just make constructs sometimes. 1 Commercial District, 4 Grove of the Burn Willow, 2 Stomping Grounds with some red-green duels, a couple copies of Basic Forest, and some fetches. Nothing too crazy in the mana base. Sideboard wise, we got 2 more copies of Unholy Heat. Unholy Heat's a premier removal spell right now because it kills Riddler, and it's one of the only 1-mana removal spells that kills Riddler effectively. So we're trying out Unholy Heat, and I think it's one of the main appeals of playing red-green right now. Blasphemous Act is an interesting one that came up at the last RC in the sideboard of Eldrazi Ramp. But pretty much what this does is it clears affinity boards after they cap a Cannoneer. So if they go like Pinnacle Emissary, a bunch of zeros, cap a Cannoneer. Usually Blasphemous Act is like 1 or 2 mana. And not only does it wipe all the Pinnacle Emissary tokens, but it also kills the Kappa Cannoneer. So pretty good anti-affinity tech. Same with Nature's Claim, pretty good against affinity. Thief of Existence, good against energy and affinity. And it's got some other niche uses here and there. Thought Knots here, if you need hand disruption in the matchups where hand disruption is very important. You can bring this in over Chrysalis. 1 Graphics Cage for Goryo's another graveyard hate, and then Vexing Bobble number 3 for the matchups where it's really good. Let's play it. We're on the main account today because I already had this deck built. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I played this deck off stream, and we went 4-1. It felt pretty good. I was thinking about playing it for the RC. I had a Spider-Punk over the Thought Knot series, but Spider-Punk was kind of bad. So, we ended up cutting it. J-Dog Dabbins, thank you for the tier 1 of the 38 months. Appreciate you. Slayer, what's up? Haven't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well now that you're on a normal sleep schedule. How you doing, Penta? Yeah, I'm not sure what the best color pairing for Broodscale is. I'm thinking maybe red because Unholy Heat's such a powerful card right now. Spider-Man card's bad. Apparently Spider-Man is the most hated set in MTG history. I didn't know that. That's kind of wild for being, you know, Spider-Man. I think I just want to drum here because it sets us up better for Rumble. Could have also played Saga on one if I want to get an earlier Blade. But I think because the only action in my hand's Chrysalis, I probably don't need to do that right now. Sephiroth. Okay, it is Goryo's. We have a little bit of tech against Goryo's. Kind of wish I Needle Frog right about now, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you this, Lord Chat, but I'm going to tell you it anyways. Spider-Man was initially supposed to be a straight to modern set. And the reason that it's not a straight to modern set was because last minute they decided to put it in standard. So it started out to be like an Assassin's Creed style set where take the flesh figure. Where it was like 100 cards. And then once they decided to put it in standard, they had to make 80 cards last minute. And when they made those 80 cards last minute, they had to find a bunch of filler to put in that. So that's why we got like 10,000 copies of Spider-Man. They made like half of the 80 cards that they needed to add different Spider-Man variations, which were all legendary creatures. And because of that, it made the draft format pretty much unplayable. So that's why Pro Tour Edge of Eternities wasn't Pro Tour Spider-Man. It was supposed to be Pro Tour Spider-Man, but they fumbled the set so hard that it became Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. The more you know. At least that's what I've been told. Okay, Vexing Bubble's not bad. Yeah, the seal format's also not good, but I think it's kind of a given. Here we go, Bobble Chrysalis. Also, apologies, chat. I'm a little bit congested today. I have to imagine that's just whiplash from traveling, but Usually more congested in the mornings, right after I wake up. Yeah, I wanted to get this chrysalis down before the bobble though, because or sorry, after the bobble, so that way they couldn't saw through the chrysalis. I know this technically misses a +1 counter, but I think it's worth it. Uh-oh. Hey, look, it's the good Sephiroth. The not 3-mana Doomblade your creature. How does it feel to be married? Well, Spike isn't always the easiest partner, but with a little bit of time investment, can't complain. They didn't hit Ephemerate. Wow, that's a lot of lands. Spell Pierce, Thoughtseize, Riddler. It's kind of a bad hit. You can fix him. Oof. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to fix his Dell laptop or Dell mouse and keyboard on his setup. I feel like any self-respecting man would have something better than a Dell mouse and keyboard. Goodbye, Fleshraker. You're getting a Dell. Oh man, that's so tough. We draw Broodscale. We could probably kill them maybe. If you scroll down below in the about section, you can see my PC specs. I don't remember when the last time I updated them was. I'm gonna be honest. It might have been a couple years ago. Okay, they have another Goryo's next turn. I did not draw what I needed to draw. How do I beat the 7/7? If I do beat the 7/7. Not looking good, chat. Maybe they'll do a little rebound. Actually, they can't even rebound because of the Vexing bubble. I mean, look at my 2 lands. My 2 lands are amazing. I guess I could beat this with Emrakul, right? But I have to draw Emrakul this next turn. Uh, but other than that, the wedding was good. I ended up playing the Legacy Super Qualifiers on both Saturday and Sunday on my laptop while I was waiting for Spike and Esther to get ready. So I went 5-4 on Saturday, and it took so long that I was mobile hotspotting in Spike's car on the way to the wedding venue. Forced. Maybe not what we needed to draw. At what point do I crack this Vexing bubble? I know they have a Solitude in their hand. Wedding was really fun. Although, I mentioned this earlier. I tried, Doomwake and I had a little bit of a drinking contest. And my final number was 7, and his was 9. And yesterday sucked. I guess I cracked the lantern. I was supposed to surveil first. Oh, I'm flooding. Okay. Well, I think if they just saw through this Chrysalis, I'd die. See if they figure that out. That's right, 7 Diet Dr. Peppers. I also, well, let me go back to the legacy thing for a second. I went 5-4 playing in Spike's car with Ant. And then the next day, we had a little bit of downtime. So I was like, I'll play more Legacy. It was kind of fun because I love playing Ant. I don't like Legacy. I don't like the Legacy meta right now, but I absolutely love playing Ant. So I played it on Sunday, and I went 4-2 before I had to drop and go to the wedding. I didn't actually miss any of his ceremony. I know my tweets may indicate otherwise, but I definitely did not miss his ceremony. It would have been really funny if I did, though. Legacy sucks. Ant is so much fun. If I could play Ant in Modern, it'd be the only deck I play, chat. One of my opponents was not happy that I dream crushed them and then dropped, by the way. Which is, like, understandable. I'm sorry to that opponent. 6 damage is not quite 7 damage. On Holy Heat, you're looking embarrassing right now. I could probably crack this bobble. I think I have Hardcast Solitude up anyways. 2 damage on it. Yeah, but I'm not... Oh, I guess I could draw it. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have drawn it off the bobble and then Unholy Heat. Yeah, you're right. I messed up. Alright. I think we're dead. Yeah, I messed up. You're right. I should have drawn it off the bobble. I totally forgot. Okay, let's bring in Grafdigger's Cage, bobble. I'm gonna blame the fact that it's early. And not that I'm a moron. I think Thought-Knot here is probably better than Chrysalis in this matchup, too. Let's bring in the Thought-Knot Series. Maybe cut... I think Unholy Heat's fine. A Spider-Man card seen playing Legacy? Wait, I didn't even know this existed. This is cool. I might have to get new tendrils, chat. It's a good tendrils. Oh, it's kind of hard to beat the OG. I'm actually going to an RCQ today, chat. Against my better judgment, I'm going to go play VV. Vinny, who won the RC, is passing me off his Baltimore VV deck to go play in a random 3 p.m. on a Tuesday RCQ. I don't even think this is going to fire. 3 p.m. on a Tuesday? No, it's standard. All the RCQs are still standard for a little bit. Undercity Sewers. Tomorrow? Today's Tuesday. Right? I hope today's Tuesday. Maybe on this Vexing bubble. The second Thought-Knot here is kind of tempting. Honestly, I don't think there's a bad pick here, except for maybe Fleshraker. So I think it's either Thought-Knot here or Vexing Bubble. I'm gonna go with Vexing Bubble. I don't really need the Eldrazi Temple mana either. You enjoyed your time playing VV? It's a sweet deck. I've tried the standard version in Modern, and it was pretty fun. Ooh, don't want to not get consigned. Let's not get consigned. Oh, wow. Riddler, Pending, Gristlebrand, Sephiroth, Tainted Indulgence. I feel like I just take the Tainted Indulgence. This Wrath Disguise isn't doing a ton at the moment. Makes me not want to play the Soul Guide Lantern, though. That's for sure. Oh, speaking of Pokemon. Sorry. Speaking of Pokemon, I was gonna go to the Pokemon regionals that's in 2 weeks. It's 1 week before the Magic regionals, which is also in Las Vegas. And I'm in driving distance to Las Vegas. So I was gonna go drive to Vegas and then drive back and then drive to Vegas and drive back 2 weekends in a row. But apparently Pokemon regionals sold out like a month ago. Which shocked the hell out of me because it's a 1,500 person cap. And not only is it a 1,500 person cap, entry to the event is $80. 80. And Pokemon players got it like that. I guess their decks are so cheap that they can afford $80 entry on a large scale. Pokemon's really fun. I agree. I'm not quite in LA, but it's like 4 hours. Goodbye, DKS. I forgot. I gotta watch YouTube chat as well. This isn't a Spike deck, so I call BS on being Spike for the day. Alright, well, you're gonna call BS on me being Spike for the next 2 weeks. Do you think Cauldron and Frog Evolution Witness could be fun to play in Modern? Definitely sounds fun. I do Neo Nerd. I'm not sure how competitively viable it is, but probably a fun F&M deck. Frog. Yeah, for the next 2 weeks while Spike's gone, I'm gonna try streaming in the morning. Shuka. Thank you for the prime in the 35 months. Once upon a time, I streamed exclusively in the morning. That was in the before times. The way back whens. What was their hand again? Garbage. They pitched the Atraxa. That's gone. That's gone. I have Riddler. Bristlebrand pending. Where's the Big Bong? Should be working. Oh. Magical has to turn it back on. Let's run bees. Probably just take another Vexing bubble. They do have the pending for it. See if you can find Spike in Japan. I'm a day walker. It's so hard to be a day walker, I'm not gonna lie. What Pokemon decks do you have? I was thinking about either bringing YungDingo rocks or maybe Absol box to the regionals, but I don't have to think about that. Uh-oh. I do have to think about dying, though. Luckily, I'm at 24. Probably like $1. I mean, I'll say it for free. What else happened at the wedding? Oh, Anzid showed up, and he was part of our drinking fiasco, but he only made it 5 drinks deep. And then he had to catch his flight. That man has plot armor when it comes to catching his flight. He left for his flight, his 10:30 flight at like 9:30, and it was an hour drive. So he got to the airport 2 minutes after the doors closed. And after the doors closed, the only reason he actually made his flight was because another flight delayed his flight for 15 minutes. Otherwise, he would have missed it. He has plot armor. He can't keep getting away with it. But having Anzid at the wedding was super sweet because he brought Riftbound. And he brought Riftbound that I had never played before. So I played Riftbound for the first time. My god, that game is fun. It's like a combination of One Piece, Force of Will, and Marvel. What's the Marvel card game? I forgot the name of it. Somebody help me out here. Snap. Snap. It's like the three of them combined. It's so fun. Yeah, I used to be an early streamer once upon a time. I don't really have a payoff here. So even if I get to do the blade combo, I have to crack this Vexing bubble and try to draw into something. They have cards on top. I think I gotta float a bajillion mana here. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna do this a lot. I also found out at the Magic Regionals in Vegas, there's gonna be a Sunday Riftbound 10K event. So I'm thinking that if I scrub out of Magic Regionals like I did in Houston, I'm just gonna play some Riftbound on Sunday. What do we need to draw? Kozilek's Command. Okay, well that could be anything. Maybe they don't have Solitude. Wow, they didn't have Solitude. That's kind of crazy. Maybe they forgot. It's quite possible they just forgot that I cracked the Vexing bobble. Do I want more or less unholy heats? 6 is such a weird point against Gorios in particular. Hmm. Maybe I only want 1. It's like kind of good for killing frog. I think that's about it. What do you think of the Jeskai Blink deck? I think it's going to be very popular. I don't know how good the deck is. I think this is a mole. I want to mold this too. Yeah, it is Riddler hate. That was the plan anyways. I think I'm mulligan to 5. I don't know, I could keep this hand and just hope to like rip lands off the top. Hand's not great either. But my opponent also mulligan to 5. Actually, maybe I surveil. Keep this hand. I might want a Needle Frog on turn 1. Because I can put back all those groves. Frog, go. Give them a life. I mean, that's a lot of good cards. The Kozilek's command might be a little slow. I think I'm going to take the Kozilek's command, though. Writing was a lot of fun. Except for the part where Doom, Anzid, and I tried to drink each other into the ground. Somebody asked what were the drinks, by the way. And it was... They had like a lot of beers and White Claw, whatever. But we ended up drinking rum punch. So the final numbers were Doom at 9, me at 7, and Anzid at 5. No. My things and stuff. I think I'm supposed to do this right now. So I don't get consigned. Fleshraker, Commercial District, Ancient Stirrings. Nobody objected to Spike and I getting married, no. I think Esther wanted to, but she didn't have the heart. She knew true love when she saw it. Alright, let's go Fleshraker Blade. Yeah, she just recognized that Spike and I complemented each other so well. He's the brewer, I'm the tuner. It's a match made in heaven. You think they have in their hand, chat? I'm a little worried. Should I be worried? The tuna. I don't know. I think we ball. I don't really know what they could have over there. Subtlety? Apparently not subtlety. Wait, that worked? They died? Alright. I'm very surprised. Yeesh. Is this the Arena Power Cube? No, but I know Doom said he was going to stream a lot of Arena Power Cube today. Hand's kind of whack. I think I mulligan it. That was a little better. I was thinking about streaming the Arena Power Cube, but I also don't know. I don't know if I can go on Arena. Arena makes my head sad. Yeah, then I have to play Arena. I think we topped this. I was born in the Magic Online. I'm a Magic Online boomer. I've been playing Magic Online for... Chex knows what year is it? I've been playing Magic Online for 12 years now. That's some dedication. I think what Arena does so much better than Magic Online is the pace of the games are so much faster. But I think other than that, Arena pretty much does everything else. Like aesthetics look better and game pace is faster. Other than that, I think everything else on Arena is probably just worse. This is the deck you were talking about. Grixis Cauldron. No, I played the actual like 1-to-1 standard VV in Modern through a league. I ended up going like 1-4. I think we got one match. I heard there was a timeless championships. Aren't you 25? 27, good sir. But yeah. No, I've been playing Magic Online for a long ass time. Probably not as long as you, but up there. There's like a timeless arena championship. And I didn't know they had strip mine and timeless now. When did they put that in timeless? You have consign? Don't do it. Put the hate in your heart away. Yeah, it has strip mine plus Ren and 6, and then it has that one alchemy card that's like Ren and 6 on a 3/3 that grows every turn. Yeah, wary zone guard. Like, why? Why are there 4 strip mines? Make it make sense. Have you ever been this early? Okay, I'm gonna give you some lore, chat. During my first year of streaming, I streamed 385 consecutive days, and every single day I woke up at 5 in the morning Pacific. Actually, that's when I started streaming. So I woke up at 4:30 in the morning Pacific time, 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. Every single day for an entire year plus. It was like a year and a month. Oh, I have Unholy Heat. I love you, Unholy Heat. That was a good time slot for a beginner. I agree. And now what do I have? A hangover. That's what I have. Okie dokie. Broodscale go. I imagine this Broodscale's gonna insta die. Tribal Flames. Oh, the Ragster. Ho. Hit me. I usually watch Mangu stream and then go to bed. What is this? Oh. Right. Blade. Not Blade. Alright, Chad, I'm gonna need you to teach me how to play standard VV before 3 p.m. Pacific. So we got about 7 hours for me to learn VV Cauldron without playing VV Cauldron. What's the strat, chat? Do I put VV under the Cauldron? How does that work? I should probably just play standard. No shot I'm playing standard before this RCQ. That is standard. No shot I'm doing that. Standard's miserable. Put VV in the soup and make 10,000 game actions. Oh, okay. I actually don't know what the I don't know what the hard lines for that deck are. It's like Profs plus FOMO, I guess I have to remember. Because it double triggers. Kabu. I would like to draw an Eldrazi Temple. That'd be very sweet. Le Binding on the Fleshraker. I wish I could be an Undying Evil gamer. But Wasi thinks I'm too powerful. Another one. I don't even know how much damage this is. Decent amount. It's 2, 4, 6, 6. It would be dead if I could Kozilek's Command for 1, right? But I can't. I guess I could Kozilek's Command and deal them 4. Is that even worth it? I could cycle it for a cantrip. Probably not. Maybe if we're under a lot of pressure and they're killing our Fleshrakers, maybe it's something we want to do. Put him to 2. We are playing Ancient Stirrings. We have 4 Ancient Stirrings, 4 Rumble in this list. I was thinking about cutting Ancient Stirrings for a while, but I think the consistency you get from it is too good. I'll block. Excited for the Avatar cards? Honestly not as excited as I thought I'd be. But I also think that might be a product of how badly Spider-Man fumbled. And I'm a little bit worried that Avatar is going to fumble in the same way that Spider-Man did. But I think Avatar is going to be like a Lord of the Rings or a Final Fantasy and just be like a really good set. I hope. But I think I'm kind of riding the low of Spider-Man right now. And my expectations aren't very high. Goodbye, Flesh Raker. That's it, huh? Yeah, I have to play Lorwyn. I'm pretty excited for Lorwyn. It looks like a sweet set. I like the new Evoke Elementals, even if I can't scam them. It's one of the matchups on Holy Heat's really good, too. Yeah, I don't think Avatar's gonna flop either. I think it's just a little bit difficult for me to, like, be super excited about it. Now that I've seen the floor of how bad a Universes Beyond set could be, I think overall just lowered my excitement when it probably shouldn't. I don't think I need Vexing Bubble. Or Blasphemous Act. Probably not. Get ready to experience that floor again with TMNT. Oh boy. I'm trying to stay optimistic. Can't all be hits. But you would think that they'd probably try to make an IP as big as, Marvel and Spider-Man a bigger hit than, I don't know, Lord of the Rings. Actually, no, there's no way Lord of the Rings is a bigger IP than Spider-Man, right? There's no chance. I was sure that was the floor. So far, yes. Especially since they had to break up the set and have it be 2 different sets on Magic Online versus paper. A new floor was created when that happened, I think. The Ragster. Alrighty, go. Tap land, pass. Rumbies. And grab the Emrakul. You're still under retail. That's surprising. I feel like with all the Universes Beyond sets that are coming out, it's kind of like a palate cleanser to get something like Lorwyn again. I feel like it's supposed to be the other way around, where you get like primarily Magic sets, and then the Universes Beyond is a palate cleanser. but that's not how it's been happening. Which is fine. Not ideal, but fine, yeah. Kind of feel the same way. I think it's probably just something that we're gonna have to accept. Wait, there's a black and white Spider-Man tendrils? That's so sweet. Look at that, chat. They flaged me. No, let me sack it. Oh. And get the sack it, chat. If you kill the legacy player with that, they drop from the tournament. I think legacy players would be particularly offended by that. I don't think they're going to be able to flage me this turn unless they have another fetch. Probably shouldn't always yield if we're going to be targeting my creatures that can sack. They do have another fetch, which means flage is a coming. They might target the Chrysalis. I can sack one spawn token and then Kozilek's command it. Is the music a little low today, chat? I think it's a little low. Turn it up a bit. Let me know if that's too much. Do I want to just heat this flage? I like exiling, it's probably better. Exile. Make spawns. Make spawns. Exile. Okay, I broke it. Exile. Make spawns. I think I clicked too fast. Bonk. No, they targeted the spawn. They could have gained the life if they had targeted Chrysalis. And still make me sack the spawn. Probably just a little bit of an oversight by them. Maybe it's because I didn't sack it before. They're like, oh, this person has no idea. I was talking, okay, opponent? I was talking. I was showing off the tendrils. Simic mid-range. This Birthing Ritual deck coming back kind of scares me. I don't know if the deck is good, but the deck is super annoying. Man, this hand's almost really good. Like, -1 blade, +1 land in this hand would be ideal. Well, be disciplined. Even though I really don't want to be. I think we might stream all day tomorrow, Bunny. Oops. I think I want to do the we lose to it, we play it stream tomorrow. Supposed to put back Kozilek's command or Fleshraker. I gotta be substitute Spike. Somebody's gotta do it. If it is blue-green, they can't kill the Fleshraker. I'm gonna put back the Kozilek's command. Yeah, Spike is married to me. And Esther didn't object, so everything's good. Congrats, thank you. Vexing bubble. Go. It was a good time. Except for yesterday when I was super hungover. But Sunday was a good time. I think we get the Flesh Raker down. Unholy he's gonna go pretty hard in this matchup, I think, because Oculus is their number one threat. It was a rough time. Oh, I didn't even see my opponents chatting with me. Alright, looks like they're leaving up Flare, probably. Start with the Ancient Stirrings. I think I'm gonna take second Flesh Raker. See if they want to Flare second Flesh Raker. I'm gonna get a little bit of value out of it regardless. Bonk. Uh-oh. No Oculus. Please, no Oculus. It's an Oculus. Oh, great Hachimachi. Well, I'm gonna take the card that kills them. Put the kill you on the stack. Petty theft. Alright, that's on me. I did not think about petty theft. Awkward. I could have just equipped it and then I would have played around petty theft, but I just like didn't even think this card existed. Is this stock? I don't know if that's stock. I don't think they're gonna get an upgrade here. Turn to Oculus and the Oculus. That's what I get for not being a knower, huh? I lacked critical information, chat. Okay, this resolved, so blade it up. Let's play around another bounce effect this time. Which member? Seiju. I guess we surveil. Alright, now we got our 4 types, which means I can let... Oh, I guess the blade's gone now. I was gonna say, let the blade equip. Wait a minute. Alright, we'll yeet this thing out of existence. Could crack this Vexing bubble. Probably don't have to do it right now. I guess I also should have had Beseiju on my radar. Bibblethip. They're down 2 Oculi. We have a lot of good draws here, too. Emrakul's a good draw. Another Oculus, okay. That is not a good draw. It's also not a good draw. Might be dying, chat. I have one more draw step. Maybe I can kill him on the crackback, though. 6. If they flip up the 4th Oculus from any of these manifests, then we're definitely dead. They also have Flare Up now. By the way, chat, if you're not about the music, you can always hop over to the YouTube stream where there's absolutely zero music. See 26 of y'all over there already. Always keep that in mind. YouTube stream is music free. So you get to pick if you want to listen to it or not. Because I know Spike doesn't play music, so. Oh no, Harbinger. I should have adapted my Broodscale. It didn't matter. Okay. I think Blasphemous Act might actually be kind of good in this matchup if we hit board stalls like that. Unholy Heat's pretty good as well. I think Vexing Bubble's strong. Needle out, Soul Guide Lantern out. Maybe Thief's good. Cage is good, yeah. Maybe Thief's good. Could also take out the Ancient Stirrings and one blade. I don't know how much I want to go after rituals, though. And YouTube viewers, while you're over there, if you want to drop a like on the stream, I ain't going to complain. Appreciate you, YouTube viewers. The Birthing Ritual deck is a very, very strong deck against decks like Titan, which is the main appeal of playing the Birthing Ritual deck right now. Very, very good against combo. Vexing Bob will go. I think we just drum and surveil. Probably don't need to expose the Broodscale into Consign the Memory quite yet. I don't even know if this deck plays Consign, because they play Shardless Agent. I think they do play Consign, but they board out the Shardless Agent when they board in the Consign. The Birthing Ritual deck can also play its own Riddler. If you really wanted to. How do I want to do this turn? I think I'm just going to Kozilek's Command. I'm going to Shock and pass. Sing it to Stupor. Like I said, they probably have Consign to Memory. I would not be surprised. So I think we're just going to chill. Another Blasphemous Act. Let's run out of Haywire Might. Yeah, they definitely could play Riddler if they wanted to, and they could just turn Riddler into Riddler, or they could turn Riddler into Oculus, and that seems like kind of fun. I think it's probably better than the Fibbletips in the deck, but I also haven't played a lot of this deck, so I'm not 100% sure. I gotta get Harbinger. I feel like I'm gonna get Harbinger, chat. Another Broodscale. This could be a double Broodscale type of turn. Top 8 of the challenge with Riddler and Belcher. Wait, that's kind of sweet. Riddler in every deck. It's like when people are jamming Leyline Scion in every deck. It's kind of genius. Hmm. One, two, three, four, five. I need 6. It's just a flash and snack. I don't think that's true. I think I probably should bait a counterspell here. Because I don't know if this was right to bring in. Now we can cast it. Kaboom! Maybe. Alright. Kind of sweet. Hopefully they don't Harbinger me. They Harbinger me, I will die. But I said, what kind of commander game is this? What blast in the act? I don't know why the YouTube. Something's wrong with the on-screen chat right now, isn't it? One doesn't know I'm a commander enjoyer. I don't know. YouTube chat's been like messing up. It's all your fault, YouTube, for not liking the stream enough. Okay. Well, we'll adapt and set it for another blasphemous act. I'm gonna take 6 damage at least. That was like when I played Riddler Zoo. Riddler Zoo wasn't a bad deck. Still think it's pretty fine. I have the tech for you. I have the secret tech as long as you don't have a counterspell. Please no counterspell. It's so good, man. It's so sick. One red board wipe. Kinda. No, my other blasphemous act. How am I gonna get blasty with it now? Hmm. I want Flesh Figure Urza Saga. I kinda want Urza Saga. Two X Commander game. What did they just kill? My Urza Saga? No, my Saga. Oh, you know what? I should grab a forest here. Maybe the lag will save me and let me grab a forest. Grabbing a forest is better against Harbinger. Yeah, it's that, and it's mostly for affinity, but I think it's kind of reasonable in this matchup as well. But it's mostly for affinity. I'm gonna need to draw something. Okay. How about Unholy Heats? Wait, Blasphemous Act, come back. I think I want a third Emrakul in this list, maybe. Emrakul seems kind of strong. Kill that. Trigger my blade. Kill that. Nice. Twofer. Yeah, it's good against the energy as well. Or any of the Ocelot Pride decks in general. More Sneck. Uh-oh. Yeah, looking a little bit less doable now. Okay, they whiffed. It's good. I think we pass. So they can make a death touchy snake, but maybe I'm fine with them making a death touchy snake. That's right. At this time of day, I'm your friend, Inspiring Dingo. Or maybe I'm your enemy. What a grindy game. Let them do their birthing ritual. Even if they find Harbinger, I can make Springleaf Drum mana. I guess I should have done this before they drew. I don't know if it actually matters. I guess they could draw Endurance. If it's still in the deck. Or Flare. Flare is pretty reasonable. Ooh. Wait, that's kind of good. Unless they have another Consign. Okay. Consign Memory is unbeatable. Yeah, all day dingo. Probably stream for like 5 hours today. 5 or 6. Then I gotta head to this RCQ. Tomorrow should be a longer stream. Probably more in like the 7, 8 to 12 hour range. because we're doing the if we lose to it, we play it tomorrow. Yeah, this RCQ is so jank. It's Tuesday at 3 p.m. I don't think it's gonna fire. Who goes to a Tuesday 3 p.m. RCQ? Aside from me, of course. I really don't think it's gonna fire. Well, if it doesn't fire, chat, I'll come back and I'll stream some more. Yeah, baby grinders. You know, funny story. If any of you are SoCal locals and you know about Frankensons, I went to Frankensons before I left for Spike's house to pick up some cards for the RC. As soon as I walked into Frankensons, I witnessed somebody say, "Hey, how much is that Labubu?" And the vendor goes, "Oh, that one? That one's $200." And they're like, "Oh, I'll take it." And I was like, "Yo, what? Yo, dude, what? Did you spend $200 on this freaking Labubu?" Oh, man. I thought it was just like a trend that was going to die down, chat. It's not. It's a way of life. And it made me irrationally upset. It's just like, it's the new Furbies. That's all it is. It's just Beanie Babies or Furbies. Says the guy renting Riddlers. Yeah, but I'm renting them. I'm not spending $200 on Magic Online Riddlers. Kappa Cannoneer. No, it's that Cardboardia. It's kind of a problem. What's a Labubu? Imagine like a demonic Furby. That's it. Do you have another standard deck I can borrow? I'm borrowing my standard deck from Vinny. I don't even have a standard deck. I still have Cutter Prowess from when I played from when I played the RC. I don't know if they'd be happy with you playing Cutter Prowess though. I also have Omni with Abuelos. If you want to play that. Oops. Forgot to float my mana. That's actually going to matter quite a bit, I think. I guess I have to get Springleaf Drum now. Could have, like, floated this mana, gotten Haywire Might. No. That sucks. Alright, Drum it is. I am going to kill this Cap Cannon here. And probably die to the remnants of the Urza Saga. But I think we'll take our small victories where we can get them. How you doing, Cabs? Yeah, I got some Monstrous Rages to land out as well. Alright. I totally forgot they had a Tormod's Crypt. I'm playing this like garbage. Yeah, I did arrive home safely. Sorry, chat. Playing like a Mongo. We'll get it together. Can you play Phoenix? I think so. It is a standard power level. It's too early in the morning. That's what I'm gonna blame. I gotta get reused to the schedule again. I guess what I'm supposed to do is just code Lex command and dig for the combo. 5. Spike wakes up like 7 in the morning Texas time. He gets up so early. 9, 7. Yeah, we're gonna do that stream tomorrow. Maybe equip it on here, I guess. So I'm gonna block. I have to dodge them drawing an artifact. I guess they could just clause this and I also die. Okay, yeah. Alright. We got our hidden tech for the matchup though. Our super spicy secret hidden tech. I actually don't think Unholy Heat's that good. Our CEDH tech. I think this is what I want to bring out. Maybe one blade. Super secret hidden tech. Yeah, where's our Boros Reckoner though? Yo, big healthy gamers. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. Monkbot, thank you for the follow as well. Aspiring Young. Maybe Young Spike sounds better. How you doing, Deft? Good morning, good morning. Oh, it is 2 Knock Tuesday. That's a good point. Noted. Wait, is there a historic event going on? Is that why everybody's playing historic right now? Or is Nassif just playing historic for the love of the game? But it was a lot of fun. It was a very good time. I learned Riftbound. I got drunk with Doom and Anzid. Waiting for the Arena Cube. Makes sense. It doesn't have Vexing Bubble. That's probably okay. How do you feel about Broodscale versus Just Guy Blink? I haven't played the matchup yet. Not sure how good the data would be if I played this matchup right now anyways. Probably have to play when I'm more awake. Then you get a better idea. So leaving up Metallic Rebuke. Play the Flash Record Pass. I tried Simic Broodscale at one point. We're watching the Avatar premiere in an hour. We could watch that. I'd be down. I didn't even know that was happening today. Max the moves on the side. The blue B for Harbinger. Harbinger seems really hard to cast, though. I played a little bit of the black-green Yogg version. That deck's really hard. Really, really hard to play well. I think if you were a Yogg gamer of the past, you'd probably be pretty happy playing that list. San Diego's too far away from me. So never. Can never be happy. You have to create your own happiness by playing Storm and Legacy. Because that's pinnacle happiness. Cappy? No. Cappy? Simic Cascade? Probably not. I don't know. I want this green mana. I think I start by equipping the blade over on the Fleshraker. I don't know. They play very differently. The Simic Cascade deck is like. Oh. Alright. Let's Rumby. The Simic Cascade deck is very much a control deck and not really a Cascade deck. I want to take this Thief. Probably the Mox Opal. Seems like the only decent target. Are they dead? Oh no, they're not dead. They're almost dead. Could have put them to 1 here. My Blasphemous Attack is not looking too good with my board being much bigger than their board. But I don't think that happens super often. Mopal. Saga. Trying to think of what could win them the game here. Not Kappa Cannoneer. That ain't gonna do it. Alright, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, I couldn't Emrakul them. But I think they were also just dead to me turning my board sideways, so that worked out. Alright, I think I'm happy with how we boarded. We have the Vexing Bobble, but we're on the draw. How could I forget? Bull. How could I forget? It's a keeper, I think. If they start on a tap land, that'd be huge. If they start on a Kappa Cannoneer, might be dead. I'll let him consign this Vexing Bobble. Get the consign out of their hand, and then maybe next turn we go Blade, Haywire. Or we could just play Broodscale, maybe. I don't think that Vexing Bobble is going to get any better than eating a consign. It's kind of annoying. Hmm. Maybe I just Haywire Might and eat the Aether Spell Bomb. Then we can go Flesh Raker next turn. Doesn't really stop them from capping though. Could also just eat the Mox Opal, but I think eating the Aether Spell Bomb is better. Hoping to try cutting Stirrings. I'm gonna play Bobble on one. Yeah, you could definitely just play more copies of Vexing Bobble. Big ol' Cappy Cannon there. Vexing Bobble is a great card right now. Play Flesh Rakers, say go. Hopefully they don't have red removal. So if they don't have red removal, I think they're dead. They need some sort of interaction with me. Could have Metallic Rebuke, I guess. No, they have red removal. Can I survive another turn? Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We'll see, I guess. Yo, Anya, thank you for the tier 1 in 24 months. What a Bob. Thank you. Appreciate it. Maybe they just like make a Pinnacle Emissary. That doesn't look like them making a Pinnacle Emissary. I think we just have to go Broodscale plus Blade. I don't think there's any other option this turn. So we're gonna die. I was thinking like maybe I could Nature's Claim something. 1, 2. And then I'm gonna have 2 left over. Play the Blade. I can equip it, but then I don't have any leftover mana. Alright. Play my Broodscale. I can't beat any interaction from them. Always a good place to be, I think. A dang shame. Alright, chat. Prediction time. Will we 3-dash? Yes, no, let me know. Sad we didn't get to see Blasphemous Act in action against Affinity. Would have been a good draw. Multiple points during that game. Just like one red sweeper. So many consigned memories going around right now. It makes it a little bit hard to be a Broodscale believer. One, two, okay. Workable. As long as we stirrings into like Eldrazi Temple. Oh, hey. There it is. Yeah, I tried the Spider Punk and I wasn't super happy with the Spider Punk. It is just like a 2 mana 3/2, which is very easy for them to kill. Goblin Guide. What year is it? Another Ancient Stirrings. Playing just Flesh Raker seems kind of bad against Goblin Guide, so I think I'll just pass and Kozilek's Command. Kill the Goblin Guide. I think our opponent is 0-3. Yeah, they are 0-3. Needle. They're about to be 1 and 3. Honestly, I hope so. I don't really want to draw this needle. How's the modern metagame? I don't think it's changed a lot in the past month. I think the Jeskai Blink deck is a new deck that has emerged recently. Other than that, I don't think it's changed a ton in the past month. From the Pro Tour metagame to the RC metagame, Amulet Titan got more popular, and then Jeskai Blink is like the new deck. I doubt it, and it's Burn Sedge. I try to tell chat to never doubt. I don't know. Burn can still beat us. The metagame is very open. There's no doubt in my mind. What does this word mean? It's a misspelling of the word chuggy, a slang term that describes things that are out of style, a little cringeworthy, or trying too hard to be trendy. Okay. I guess I am an unk now. Because I cannot keep up with these trends. I don't know what these words mean either. If it makes you feel any better. I am at 12. I have 1 mana. I only have 1 green. I think they have Lightning Bolt. I don't know. I think we just make them have it. Worst case scenario, we get a bolt out of their hand and we get a couple blockers. Had to be Chrysalis. I actually can't cast Chrysalis right now. I guess I could kill in response here. Yeah, casting Chrysalis is sometimes kind of hard for this deck. Oh no. Wait, why'd they let me do all that? Oh, you know, I guess I should turn off auto yields and then hook up the Flesh Raker with the blade. Alright, well, I made him use a bolt at least. Am I blocking? I might be blocking. Maybe I was supposed to equip it and then just pass. That was probably smarter, right? Just like equip the Broodscale. I mean, they shouldn't even let me got to that point, but equipping it and passing was probably the move. I think I'm blocking. I don't really have any colorless cards in my hand to cast anyways. Shard Volley. Could play Vexing Bobble and Burn. We're going to try Vexing Bobble and Storm after this. I guess it counters your Rift Bolts. No, I drew the thing I wanted to get. Well, I guess we're going to get a Vexing Bobble then. Rumbies. That's a pretty poor Rumbies. I should take Grove of the Burn Willows. So in no way, shape, or form can I cast this Chrysalis, which means I think we just drum, stir, and leave up Unholy Heat. Or Rift Bolt. Poor Rift Bolt. I know, it seems like this card heals. Doesn't seem like a Grove of the Burn Willows. Seems like Grove of Healing. Goblin Guide. Play the Blood Chief. Block their heat here. Probably cycle the Vexing Bubble too. I don't think there's much use in having this Vexing Bubble just chilling out here. I'm not going to suspend anything else. Yeah, it did do his job. Good job, Vexing Bubble. Proud of you. Flesh Raker. I think we just run out the Chrysalis. I think we blade up the Chrysalis as well. Turn it into something unkillable. Unkillable by burn standards anyways. I'm at 6. Mountain Lava Spike. Uh-oh. Can I 20 them? We gotta figure out if we can 20 them. I'm thinking the answer is probably by Kozilek's command. I think I play a blade and I equip it and I Kozilek's command. It'll probably 20 them. Three with each iteration. Clear the blocker. I don't know, I might come up short here. Three, 6, 9 plus 8. Damn, we're a little short. Guess I should have just Ember cooled them instead. It's also, I don't know how much that does for me. 3 short. Don't kill me. I'll die. Hey, they didn't kill me. Burn, 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 burn. I think the Unholy Heats are better than the Vexing Bobble. Pithy Needle is pretty poor. Thought Nasir seems okay. Flesh Raker seems bad. I'll leave one in though. You kill me, I will die. And I ain't afraid to say it. Oh, Nature's Claim. Yeah, it was the bolt that they had used on the Broodscale. That was the decider. Yeah, Emrakul is probably bad, right? To play in that spot. Come on and chill. I think it's a keeper. It's a little bit of a slower hand, though. We got our emotional support 3-4. Might as well draw this for free. What am I supposed to play Saga on turn 1? Get my free Grove of the Burn Willows. Yeah, we are pretty far behind already, but, you know. I think I just gotta start casting my spells for tempo's sake. If they want to shoot burn spells at it, it's fine. I don't know if a fast. I was thinking about playing the Saga on one, but at the same time, I don't think like the Broodscale Blade combo is super good in this matchup because they have a million lightning bolt effects. Yeah, Thief's just a 3-4, which is like fine, I think. Old Spike. It's until your next turn. Till the end of your next turn. I'm going to 6 and they have 6 points of damage in exile. So yeah, I think we're dead. Apparently that hand was way too slow. Maybe we need to keep a hand with Unholy Heat. We have Unholy Heat, but we don't have any red mana. The one Flesh Raker's here to taunt me. Sand seems bad. Depends on what we hit off the Rumble, though. I do want to cast Kozilek's Command. Maybe I would put back the Kozilek's Command. I don't know if that's correct either. Yeah, I rolled the 5. I'm not sure if I was supposed to keep that 6 or not. The 6 was like a little weak because the best thing it was doing was playing a Flesh Raker on turn 2. Find me an Eldrazi Temple. Find me a Grove of the Burn Willows. Broodscale go. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they'll just tap out. Oh, they just tapped out. They didn't know. They didn't know. They lacked critical information. They could have played around this by leaving back one Goblin Guide. Even if they didn't have a burn spell in their hand. Okay. I demand an investigation. How about instead, I'll pay out the prediction. Congrats, believers. Alright. We're going to swap over and play a little bit of Vexing Bobble Storm chat. I tried this Firebrain scheme, which I call Fried Egg scheme. I wasn't super happy with it. So I don't think I'm going to play this card. But I think I am going to play Artist Talent. I have been pretty happy with the main deck Vexing Bobbles, though. Vexing Bubble doesn't really hurt Storm, and the only time it hurts Storm, in quotes, is if you ult your Ral and you don't have one floating mana. Because you can ult your Ral and then crack your Bobble, and then cast all your free spells anyways. So I think we're going to go 2 Artist Talent. Maybe just throw the 4th Vexing Bubble in the main deck. DRC's okay. We put it 1... What's that card called? Stormscale Scion. Do I not own a Stormscale Scion in this account? I don't. Okay. Let's go buy a Stormscale Scion chat. Make sure I have tickets. Alright. Gold. I think Storm is pretty well positioned at the moment. When's the magic thing start, by the way? The avatar thingy? I think we're going to watch that as well. Why did I need a Teferi's time twist? $12:55 Eastern. So in like an hour. You like Go Bots A? I usually go to Go Bots no number or Go Bots 5. Go Bots 5's actually the greatest. Alright, in an hour we're going to watch that avatar thing. For now, let's play a little bit of Vexing Bobble Storm. I think we could probably finish this league up before the avatar thingy happens. Y'all are fish. GoBot 6 and 7 are the best. I don't know. 5 is always there for me. Always open. Oh, I see what you're saying. 6, 7. Haha. Very funny, Ginger. Chat YouTube, it's deck tech time. This time for a little bit of Vexing Bobble Storm. Vexing Bobble, pretty good in the current meta against Affinity and other decks that are spamming out free spells. Solitude is very prevalent amongst the Blink decks. Force Negation, Flare, very good against Belcher. So we're trying it out in Storm because it doesn't really hurt Storm. The only thing it hurts in Storm is Ral Ultimate. But you can ult Ral, and then you can crack the Vexing Bubble if you have 1 floating mana and still cast all your spells for free. We got the 8 cost reducers between the 4 Ruby medallions, the 4 Rels. The rituals being 4 Manamorphose, 4 Pyretic Ritual, 4 Desperate Ritual, 4 Reckless Impulse, 4 Rens Resolve as our card draw, in quotes. It just digs us a little bit deeper. 2 copies of Artist Talent, which is like a hybrid card draw plus dig you deeper. You can discard all the dead cards from your hand as you're casting spells and then loot into new ones. And you can also level it up to have it be like an additional producer. A couple copies of Valakut Awakening as like a land spell hybrid. 2 Wish for a Wish board. The Rens Resolve as additional draw card. And then Past in Flames to cast all your spells again from the graveyard. Mana base, we got 1 Commercial District, 1 Elegant Parlor. Instead of having 2 Elegant Parlors, we have 1 Commercial District for the prismatic endings in the sideboard. And we have 1 Gemstone Caverns. Everything else is pretty standard. We've got 1 Sunbaked, Mountains, Fetches, Sacred Foundry. Sideboard, we got Worm's Chant for the counterspell heavy decks. Prismatic ending for people that are playing problematic permanents that we have to get off the table, like Grafdigger's Cage, Tormod's Crypt, Damping Sphere, whatever. Blasphemous Act for affinity, and also energy. Fire Magic is kind of filling the same role here. Wish board targets, we got 1 Stormscale Scion to end the game if our opponent, if we can't get enough Storm, but we have a lot of mana. Past in Flames to flashback everything and have it be like 2 more copies of Past in Flames in the main deck. Empty the Warrens as a smaller Stormscale Scion, and then a Grape Shot, of course, to complement the 1 Grape Shot in the main deck. Let me upload this list, change the title, we'll get into it. It is very important for you to stay hip with the kids. That's how you get the e-girl, too. Got your Big J. Somebody's got to do it. I call Ruby Storm my toxic ex. Looks good in hindsight, but never feels the same when you go back. I think this deck just loses to itself sometimes. That's the price you pay. Hi, Bunny. Hi, YouTube Bunny. Surely we're going to draw a land, right? Even if it means cycling this Vexing Bubble. Let's go Boodle. Alright, looks like we're going to crack this Vexing Bubble. I put a mulligan to 5, though. I do like that Vexing Bobble at worst just cycles for 2. That's usually like good enough, right? Oh, it's the Storm Mirror. Land B. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Saved. It would be very cool if they didn't kill me here. But I think one of us is gonna die. The magic number they have to get to is 7 over here. They hit 7 on the storm count, they could flip the rail. It's a lot of Manamorphos. Daytime dingo indeed. Lovable dingo. Past influence. Valakut Awakening. Okay. Deemed a brick. Wish I had that Vexing bubble still. Every Manamorphos. Seems good. Okay, we got 4x Chant. Swap it out for the 4x Vexing Bobble. This Vexing Bobble's not very good against them. Yeah, I haven't seen Storm in weeks, but as soon as we queue up Storm, we gotta play against Storm. I still think we're gonna sideboard. It's just the Orange Chant. I maybe could have tried to go off there. It's kind of risky. Maybe we could have done it though. Just like Ritual on 2. I think I might have land here. Because this land draws a card. So, probably going to use it to draw a card. Puts 1 card on top. Should I be worried? Ritual. Alright, let's see if they can kill me on 2. How lucky are you? Another Ritual. 8's their magic number right now. 6, not quite their magic number. They did not kill me, which means I will most likely be killing them. Ooh, artist talent. Drop the Past in Flames. Drop the land. Hit a Ral. I can play the Ral for free and then play the Past in Flames and discard this other Ral. Tails. I have lost. They have scooped. Okay. That was a fast one. So I don't think I want to bother with the prismatic ending. How you doing, Dr. Peckers? Wait, we have a Dr. Quackers and we have a Dr. Peckers. That's amazing. Oh, man. I'm gonna mulligan to 6 and kept 6. Probably have to keep this hand and hope for the best. Oh, you're also Quackers? Okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Maybe we need to get greedy. Always If your opponent says even or odd, always say odd. That's my expert insight. We can surveil and do a land. Maybe we have a turn 2. We can try for the turn 2 anyways. We have failed. We have failed our turn 2. Probably dead. Rao's a lot better in this matchup than Ruby. Past in Flames Gemstone. Ruby Medallion Rends Resolve. They could break off on rituals here. Excellent Quackers. Okay. Maybe let's play Ruby Medallion pass. Okay, they're whiffing pretty hard. I also need to draw Past in Flames. Or a Wish. So I'm not in a much better spot right now. I could also draw a Chant. Chant would be pretty good. I need to draw something off the top. It's looking a little grim right now. But Chant. I'm gonna put this ritual in the graveyard. Alright. I think I am in trouble. I yield until their end step. I'm jealous they drew a Chant. Okay, my yield until end step button's not working. Wait, not my turn. Their turn. I didn't ride or die. What's good, what's good? Okay. Probably dead. I wonder what we would have hit off his friend's resolve. We could have kept going. We'll never know. Good old Storm Mirror. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for it on turn 2. Kind of felt like I had to, though. So I'd go for it to find Orm's Chant. Tough spot either way, I think. Where's the salami emote? Thought we had one. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I guess I would have gotten enchanted anyways. Kahira. Man. This is gonna be miserable. We'll try to beat Kahira, though. No, the salami scandal. Goodbye, best emote. Bubblegum. Proto was good. I went 10 and 6, which requalified me for lore win. But this past weekend, I was just at Spike's house for his wedding. I think I played this Ruby Medallion, even though they probably have Prismatic Ending. But it's probably my best chance to resolve this Ruby Medallion. Unless they have Consign. Bin's Orms chant. Oh, I can only imagine that means good things are in my future. Wedding was a lot of fun. I got drunk with Doom and Anzid and Spike. It was a good time. Part of why I didn't stream yesterday was I was just Omega hungover. Chant. I did, yeah. I qualified for the next PTM. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Avatar stream. Well, I could have cracked that Vexing bubble. The opponent was being sneaky with it. Thanks, Rad. Appreciate ya. We have a lot of looks at another ritual. Alright, I guess we won't find one. So we're gonna have to pass back. Alright, no chant. It's a good sign. Make red red. Red red. Okay. Dr. Raptor, thank you for the 20 months. Woo! Thank you. Appreciate you. Welcome back. I gotta take 2 cards out, chat. I want to leave all the Vexing Baubles in. I think Chant's pretty decent. Maybe I'm supposed to take out one of each. I'll also take out the Grape Shot from the main deck. Just try to win with Wish. Seems maybe not so reliable. I swear I'll see 0 Orms chance all week, and then as soon as I play Storm, we'll queue into the Storm mirror where they have Orms chant, and a control deck with main deck Orms chant. Only when I'm playing Storm, though. No other time. Kind of wild. Yeah, I'll figure out how to turn on the VOD audio. Why not to turn on the VOD audio? I'll turn on the VOD audio for YouTube and Twitch, and we'll watch the Avatar stream. Yo, Dylan, thanks for subbing to the tube. Yeah, I'll be at Vegas. I went to Houston, and I'm gonna go to Vegas as well. On the RAL. Sire, thank you for the tier 1 in 13 months. And Toxigene, thank you for the 5 stream watch streak. I think I'm just gonna run out of RAL this turn, since I have a redundant copy and a Ruby as well. Put that on top, and then just crack fetch, play RAL. Make him spend counterspell or something. Ending, solitude, whatever it may be. Were you at Houston, Bunny? Yeah, I don't like Houston very much. I like Dallas Fort Worth a lot more. Let's play a Reckless Impulse. Try to hit land drops. Next turn we can start the turn with a chant, maybe. See if they have counter chant. That's the one thing about chant that's kind of unfortunate, is it doesn't do anything to stop opposing chants. Because if I chant proactively, they can chant in response. And I still don't get to play the game. So let's grab Commercial District. I think I'll leave that on top as well. But maybe we'll get a counter chant out of them. Force of Negation. I'm gonna assume they have Consign. Yeah, it was very humid. It's Solitude, not Consign. Bummer. Red. Really want to play as Past in Flames. Just to get in my graveyard. See if they have the Consign. Right, they're down to 1 card in hand. Opponent's being a hater. Having all the things and stuff. think they're probably out of things and stuff, though. I think we cycle this Manamorphose. Might cast that Valakut Awakening. Beans the Plains. Makes a Kahira. Shocks. Maybe they have Force Negation in their hand. Or they're bluffing Force Negation, one of the two. Either way, I think I'm going to put back these two. Alright, we'll just say go. I'm going to crack this Vexing Bauble as well. Anything that they can cast for free, they can cast with mana. So I'm not super worried about keeping this Vexing Bauble around. Crack. Okay, a little chant. That's a good one as well. Chant worked, which means it's a go time. If I go Ritual, I think I need one more Ritual. That'll do. That'll do. Alright, we 2-0'd Control. Well, that's a good sign. It's a good sign for Vexing Bauble. Oh, they did keep like a really greedy one-lander, so... But Vexing Bauble, I think, was good against Force Negation. Made them do something. We're gonna once again keep the one-land Vexing Bauble hand on the draw and see if we get there. Undercity Sewers. Bin's Polluted Delta. Could be Esper. Could be Blue-Black Frog, maybe. The Blue-Black Frog matchup is not great. I'm kind of curious to see if I can keep these Vexing Bauble one-landers. Oh, it's Mill. Let's discard. I guess the Ral. If they surgical the Ral, it's fine. We only milled one land in the top 10. I guess two if you want to count Valakut Awakening. There's a few more lands. Land. Kind of. Oh, they don't kill me. They don't have counter magic. They are dead. More than likely. Yeah, I think Zeriak Q-sniped us again. Freaking Zeriak. Ritual. Sinks the Ritual. Extirpates my Ritual. That's gonna make it significantly harder to win the game. Kills the Sunbaked Canyon. Alright, let's try this again. Trying to unlock. Okay. If they draw a land, they're dead, I think. Although we just spent a lot of desperate rituals. Past in Flames. It's gonna be close without half my rituals in my deck. It's gonna be real close. Ritual, Past in Flames, Past in Flames. Five, 4 from the graveyard. Yeah, they're dead. And then I started ritualing. Should probably un-auto yield and then just start casting all my instants. Alright, so let's go. Cast a Wish. We're gonna hold priority. Cast a Wish. I'm gonna cast a Manamorphose. I'm gonna cast a Manamorphose. And another. I don't even think I want to ult this rail. Surely I don't lose 10 flips, right? I'm just gonna plus it instead of ulting it. And we got the Grape Shot in the yard, and then we got the Grape Shot from our sideboard. For whatever reason, the yield to all button does not work for the Storm stack. I wish I knew why. Jill, thank you for the follow. My record's, I think, is 12 flips. I think 12 was the most I've gotten. Oh, I never uploaded the deck list. Give me one sec. I uploaded it, I just never pasted it in. Good morrow, Timmy. Good morrow, fair gentle. I don't know if I want this Vexing bubble. Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do the We Lose, We Play It stream, where every time I lose to a deck, I drop the league and then I pivot over to that deck. Yeah, it stops trap and it only stops trap. So it's like, do I want it? Or do I want Orm's Chant? I'm gonna just play both. Just go up to 64 cards. We'll do the Mangu Blasphemy. Does stop free surgical as well. Crap. Yeah, it's pretty much deck roulette. I knew that though. Having the turn 1 Vexing Bobble here would have been pretty decent. I guess they could just Archive Trap in response. We could have played Mountain into turn 1 Vexing Bobble. If we had it. Now I gotta think about, do they have... They're gonna Surgical Rail. Alright, now I know how to think about it. Oh yeah, they'll stop the Hideaway Land, Shelllock Isle. Good to know. Alright, if they're tapped out, we might be able to win. I think we need to find one more ritual. Whether it be Manamorphose or Pyretic Ritual. I think we gotta try. One of the top two? One of the top two? Sad news. So much sadness. Nine cards. I've died. I got milled 64 cards. On turn 3? That's crazy. Turn 3 kill. Wow, this hand's very land heavy. Sure. Maybe Vexing Bubble's better than I'm giving it credit for in this matchup. Mostly just for stopping Archive Trap. Chant. They could have Fatal Push or Drown and Lock, but I think it's worth getting the Ral out here before they Surgical it. No, my Pyretic Ritual. Don't you push him. Oh, he's definitely getting pushed. My poor Ral. If you dash one, will you consider Storm for Vegas? I don't think we're gonna dash one. Draws 3. Oh, good God. Yeah, this matchup is not good. But neither was the control matchup, but we did win that. On a passing. Ritual. Not a ritual. Land ritual. Hater. Man, we're in a bad spot. I think I'm gonna chant them on their upkeep. Chant them and then fetch. I guess I should have fetched at end step, maybe. If I was gonna surveil anyways. Leave it on top. Let them mill us. We need to find a wish and a ritual. Flood Maw. Hmm. One day I'll play Rakdos again. I would love to play Rakdos again. Alas, it's out of my control. Alright, if they kill me, they kill me. Not much I can do about it. But I have 1 mana Wish and a 2 mana Past Inflamed if they don't. I have to imagine I'm dead here. Here, tried Pioneer. Never heard of that format before. Yeah, if they don't kill me. But I have to imagine they're gonna kill me. Don't do it. Mill 14. Oh my god. Alright, the thing's starting in a few minutes, right? Or Storm. What a weird matchup spread. The Storm Mirror, Control, and then Mill. Let me see if it started. Alright, looks like it has started. Well, it's gonna start in 8 minutes. Okay, let's play one more match. I think we can finish a match in 8 minutes. And then we'll watch the Avatar thingy. Will you and Wake with the cake have a drink war at my wedding? I'll do it for you. Just for you, Bolt. It's got a mountain. And a Vexing bubble. Cat. This matchup should be pretty easy. As long as we don't brick. But we're kind of our own worst enemy in this matchup. Hit 2 bricks off of that already. Not a good start. Valakut Awakening. I guess I just have to let these 2 go, sadly. Got a Vexing Bubble and a Rens. I need to find a reducer. Reducer, please. And crack a few vexing bubbles. Try to find this reducer. If they have Goblin Bombardment, we might just be dead here. Show me Goblin Bombardment. Cat. Okay, well, we're dead next turn. Jeez. What to start? We just really need a reducer there. I think I'm bringing in Prismatic Ending over Vexing Bubble. Not a good matchup for Vexing Bubble. Should be a good matchup for us in general. Also bringing one Fire Magic. I think I want to leave the other one for the Wish target. Or I can leave Blasphemous Act as the Wish target. I think in theory Storm should be good right now. But in practice, I don't know. Storm fails on itself more than other decks. What does Vexing Bubble do for this deck? It shuts off Force Negation, Solitude, Surgical. Doesn't hurt the deck mostly, and it cycles also. I think the fact that it doesn't hurt the deck is important. But shutting off like Solitude and Force is kind of good. That was just something I wanted to try because I saw other people trying it. Looks okay. But I think it's hard to say if Storm's well positioned right now. It's like I said, in theory it should be. In practice, well. My ritual. I didn't want to play the Rubin Medallion out and then have them hit Prismatic Ending off the top of my deck. Let me just play Ral and say go. My cabbages. Unlucky Cabbage Merchant. When this creature enters, create a food token. It's a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you sacrifice a food, you may search your library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield tapped. Research your library this way, put this creature on the bottom of its owner's library, then shuffle. It's kind of cool. A little bit of ramp. My poor cabbages. Language is this? Punjabi? You're getting more advanced, Timmy. Like scary advanced. Second ritual. 4 mana. Wish is 2, and then I have 2 left over. I just have to do this instead. Oh, nice. That's exactly what I wanted, actually. That's perfect. That's beautiful. Yeah, let me translate for Timmy. Avatar started in a minute. I can lose this match in a minute. Just you wait. Leish. Uh-oh. Guess I keep this on top. Do have to wait for this to come back to me, though. Which isn't going to be for a couple turns. I was supposed to wish for an artist talent. It's probably the move, right? Huge rip reducer. All right. So talented. We gotta find some pretty good stuff off of this, though. Grape shot, past in flames. Do I have a ritual in my sideboard by chance? Not quite. Okay, a little Manamorphose. Into a ritual. Into a pending. Grape shot. Wish grape shot. Good morning, TZ. I can't believe we won this game. Unless they were sandbagging Orb's chant the whole time. Which would be actually unhinged, but maybe they did. Okay. Avatar started. Oops.
The Fire Nation Navy also sported a fearsome leader
I
in the
got you,
form of
YouTube
Admiral
chat.
Zhao, who was willing to disrupt
one
the
second.
moon and tides themselves in order to give the Fire Nation an advantage. One of the most unique and celebrated aspects of the world of Avatar. Hybrid animals are fusions of two different creatures from our world.
There you go, YouTube chat.
The Badger Moles are combinations of badgers and moles. Fearsome, but have a fondness for music. A pair of Badger Moles taught young Toph how to earthbend, giving her a head start on her road to becoming an earthbending prodigy. Avatar Aang has a strong soft spot for animals throughout his travels. In addition to his companions Appa and Momo, Aang takes care to improve the living conditions of many animals in the Ba Sing Se Zoo. From the dragonflies to the rambunctious rabaroos, Aang looks out for all the creatures, big and small. The world of Avatar The Last Airbender is built around the abilities some people have to bend the elements around them. Though the Avatar is the only one being capable of bending all four, entire nations have risen based on the bending of single elements. Magic the Gathering has brought these familiar forms of bending into the game with their own unique mechanics. Waterbenders learn their art from the spirits of the moon and ocean and form the southern and northern water tribes. This bending type manifests as an effect. While paying a waterbend cost, you can tap your artifacts and creatures to help. Each one pays for 1 mana. Earthbending, pioneered by the badger moles, is the natural element of the Earth Kingdom.
I love the badger
It allows
mole.
you to use the land itself. In the game, the earthbending mechanic enables you to turn a land you control into a 0/0 creature with haste while keeping it as a land. You then put X+1/+1 counters on it, where X is the earthbending value. When that creature dies or is exiled, return the land to the battlefield tapped. Fire is the element of passion and life, but it can also be incredibly destructive, as shown by the danger posed by the Fire Nation. Whenever a creature with firebending attacks, add red mana for the firebending value. This mana lasts until the end of combat. Airbending, like its element, is an elusive and tricky martial art. In this set, when you airbend a permanent, exile it. While it is exiled, its owner may cast it for 2 rather than its mana cost. Saga cards are a returning mechanic which tells the story of Avatar The Last Airbender. These cards unspool the story over each of your turns. Careful though, some of these stories are bound to make you tear bend.
Wait, Leaves from the Vine?
Double-faced sagas have also returned. Once you reach the final chapter, the saga is exiled and returned to the battlefield as the legendary creature whose story was told. In this case, one of the avatars who preceded Aang, the mighty waterbender Karuk. Avatar Aang was also able to draw on assistance from his friends and people from other nations in his fight against the Fire Lord. Celebrating this, the Last Airbender set returns the ally creature subtype.
Allies are
With this
back? Let's go.
enchantment, empower your allies, and for each player you deal combat damage to, draw a card. Avatar Aang and his friends were also forced to learn many hard lessons over the course of their journey. Lesson is a returning spell subtype down on instants and sorceries.
Chat, look at the bottom
With this
right
card,
corner.
you can weaken one creature or buff another,
Got any
or you may
greats?
choose to do both. This set also has many art and frame treatments, showing off the unique style of the world of Avatar The Last Airbender. Borderless Field Notes cards allows you to appreciate the creatures of Avatar, from the mighty dragons to the little badger
that's a
mole
mythic?
cubs. Meanwhile, borderless battle postcards highlight the martial fury of these benders. And things are taken one step further with the neon ink borderless battle pose. Zuko has never looked so fearsome. There are also borderless elemental frame cards, highlighting the element of each character. The borderless double-faced saga cards shine a spotlight on both sides of these cards, giving
Wait,
you
slow
twice the
down, I can't
opportunity
read
to
these.
admire these moments from Avatar.
Waterbending 20?
This card type also includes Avatar Aang in a borderless raised foil, with art from one of the creators of Avatar, Brian Konietzko himself.
Okay, I can't read these that fast.
Borderless source material cards
Mystic Remora.
reprint actual frames of Avatar The Last Airbender on the card itself. Here, Tui and Law, the spirits of the moon and ocean, are reprinted on a
That
Mystic
cruel
Remora
tutor's a
card.
meme.
Or a close-up of Ozai. He literally burned Zuko's face to teach him a lesson. Talk about a cruel tutor. These cards let you appreciate moments from the show as they actually happened. From the first meeting of Aang and his trusty air bison Appa, to the very first glimpse of Aang
The boy
himself.
in the iceberg.
For those familiar with the world of Avatar who are hoping to get into magic, look no further.
Stare.
The beginner box has everything you need to play. This box is the perfect introduction to the rules of the game, teaching you as you go and containing everything you need to play with a friend.
Cool
You don't need to
tutor.
buy anything else for learning magic. Coming with jumpstart decks you can play out of the box, along with a game map to play on and an easy to use guide. The beginner box allows you to dive into the world of Avatar with ease. And there are more easy ways to play. The Jumpstart packs allow you to select any two of these 61 unique packs to open. By mixing your two packs together, you can create a ready-to-play deck with one of 46
Yeah, why are the
mixed
screenshots
themes.
so low res?
That's a lot of options.
The same thing happened for Spider-Man.
Whether you're drawn to a non-bender human with martial abilities like Sokka and his skill with a space sword, or fearsome spirits like Wen
can't
Shi-Tong,
read
who collects
these that
knowledge from his
fast.
spirit library.
Oh my god.
There's also lots of variety within each element. Fire can come in a vicious and deadly form as used by Azula, who was able to shoot
it's a
lightning
supplemental
from
set?
her
Oh, okay.
fingertips. But can also be a more balanced and life-affirming form as wielded by Avatar Roku, the Avatar before Aang. Or in nature, like the bending used by Avatar Roku's animal companion, the Dragon Fang. Just as Badgermoles invented earthbending, dragons were the original firebenders. I personally wouldn't put any pressure on you, but you can't go wrong with Zuko. He is a firebending master after all. The spirit world also has a great variety. Heibai has little in common with Wen Shi-Tong, although both can be intimidating when
I guess we're
provoked by
getting a
humans.
Jumpstart.
So if you plan on messing with his spirit, watch out. If you are drawn to earthbending, you can play as another of Aang's past lives. Avatar Kyoshi, the Avatar before Roku, was so fearsome in life that even 2 lifetimes later, Aang was still being accused of murder on her behalf.
Dingo bending.
And no earthbending deck would be complete without the self-identified greatest earthbender in the world, Toph. The Jumpstart packs also include reprints of existing cards remade in the Avatar style.
Wait, that Fiery Confluence goes kind of hard.
There aren't any dedicated commander decks for
5
the
color
last
pandas.
Airbender set. Instead, there will be a commander bundle, which contains 9 14-card play boosters, 2 of 10 commander bundle booster fun cards,
Wait, they didn't make
and
commander
more.
decks this time?
Each bundle also comes with special versions of Arcane Signet, Soul Ring, and Swiftfoot
That's
Boots.
crazy.
These staple cards capture moments from the show in the beautiful borderless elemental frame treatment. With so many incredible moments to choose from in the show, it was hard to narrow it down to just 2 amazing scene boxes to include in the set. Kataro's reversal shows Katara a mid-waterbending move, but once the other cards are added, they show the invasion on the day of the Black Sun. Between Sokka and Katara's dad Hakoda, leading his forces on the beaches, to Appa in his full armor, to the unexpected return of the Swamp Benders. This scene has endless detail to be admired. And though the day of the Black Sun did not result in a victory for Team Avatar, there are brighter days ahead.
That's pretty sweet.
One of which was captured in the next scene. Sokka and Suki are one of the iconic romantic pairs in Avatar. Though they start out at odds, their relationship blossoms through the series, culminating in them reuniting and helping defeat the Fire Lord together. This scene portrays the happy ending for other couples as well. Once the Fire Lord has been defeated, there's plenty of time for romance. Here we have Aang and Katara, and Zuko and Mei. Of course Zuko found love. Like I said, probably something to do with his voice. This scene captures the victorious moment at the
Couples.
end of the series, where we leave the Aang gang ushering a new moment of peace and prosperity. You don't need to wait until the official release date to get in on the action. You can play early at your local game store for pre-release starting the weekend of November 15th and 16th. This set features 5 different
Already?
seated pre-release packs, each with its own element and theme cards inside. So, even if you're new to Magic, you can know that you'll get to play with your favorite element. Check your local game store and sign up for the pre-release
How this
box of
set
your
came
choice.
out the end of December?
There will also be social events like a monthly 2-headed giant Commander Night, Commander Party, and Commander Box League, each with an opportunity to
bless
get
Commander.
exclusive cards, like this one, showing Sokka and Katara with their beloved Gran Gran.
Oh, we love Gran Gran.
My cabbages! This version of the Cabbage Merchant, who might consider the Avatar gang his greatest enemies, will be available exclusively at Magic Presents Master the 4 Elements. This set will also be available on Arena on November 18th.
Wow.
Tune in on November 12th to watch Magic streamers play the newest cards. Otherwise, start your own bending adventure on November 21st when The Last Airbender will be available everywhere. I am so excited to join the world of Magic the Gathering and hope you'll join me in playing this new set. If you can't, well, that's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. Yeah, was that it?
3, 2.
Oh, it's not it.
And that was our debut for Avatar: The Last Airbender, but we're sticking around for a little bit longer. We hope you are too.
I don't think that. I guess the set is legal for
the
Vegas.
weekly MTG After
Damn, that's crazy.
Show. And here to dive deeper into Avatar: The Last Airbender, we have two folks who know a little bit about this set. We have Chris Mooney and Dylan Devaney. Welcome. Real quick, before we dive into stuff, tell us a little bit about your work on this set.
Yeah, so I'm Chris Mooney. I'm senior game designer, and I was the lead designer for this set. So in kind of an unusual spot, I was the lead for exploratory vision and set design. So the entire way through the process, I was the lead. So it's a set very near and dear to my heart.
Yep.
And I'm Dylan Devaney. I'm the principal narrative game designer for the Universes Beyond creative team. And I was the narrative lead for Airbender. And I had the pleasure to work with Chris all the way through the process as well. So we spent many meetings just talking about all the fun stuff that we love about this. And then eventually
Yeah, can we make a new format around Gran?
Yeah. And before we dive into sharing more cards, talking more about the mechanics and
I love
characters
Gran.
and just amazing stuff in this set. Some people have already noticed these sweet things that we're wearing. This is a line of merchandise coming from Box Lunch. They're launching an exclusive Magic the Gathering and Avatar.
All right, wait, the orange
Airbender
jacket goes kind of
capsule
hard,
collection
though.
Starting November 21st, the same day the set releases.
It looks like it's
gonna be available
reversible.
in stores and online. There's going to be these are three pieces. The hat's not.
This is my, yeah.
That's just Chris's hat. The hat is not part of it.
$300
there's gonna be 14
jacket.
Official pieces. The collection's going to debut
Yeah, I'm out.
alongside the trading card game, which is also going to be available at Box Lunch. And as a bonus, if you shop in store on November 21st when it releases, you can get an exclusive limited edition promo card if you spend $50 or more on eligible Avatar: The Last Airbender merchandise, like this sweet jersey, or on Magic Gathering cards. The featured character is a surprise. We're not showing that off today, but stay tuned. You can check out at Box Lunch Gifts for their social medias to get more release news, or you can head to boxlunch.com to
All
explore.
right, time to go to boxlunch.com. I need to figure out how expensive
I
this
just
is.
want to say that having seen these for the first time earlier this week, I love the embroidery. Like a lot of these things that normally would be kind of printed patterns are embroidered, which is really nice. I especially love, there's a trim here on this that has the elemental symbols and the mana symbols, and I really like the nice touch. It is in Wooburg order, and it is in the Avatar cycle order. So the Box Lunch folks really put a lot of attention to detail that I think fans appreciate. I certainly appreciate it as a fan, where I'm always
They have like
"How come we get the
10,000
order wrong?"
Avatar shirts.
It's just awesome to see that they'd really paid attention.
Got
to that
it
kind
right.
Of stuff. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now with that,
And most of them look better than what they're wearing.
Look at these the entire show, but we are going to talk about some sweet cards. Bending gets a lot of the headlines, but we're going to actually spend a lot of time on lessons and allies, and yes, there will be more bending. We will talk more about several bending abilities, but I wanted to focus on
Bunny's on the
lessons
YouTube
to
chat.
start. So Chris, lessons are a little bit different in this set than we've had them in the past. What is kind of their role in the set overall?
Yeah, so really where it came from was, when we were thinking about what felt natural in the world of Avatar, what were sort of the themes beyond bending. Obviously, bending came first when we were developing the set, but we were like, it doesn't just want to be bending. That's not the only thing that the show is about. What other things feel like they fit into that world? And lessons kind of came up in just sort of how much of the story of the show is about people learning and growing, both as kind of martial artists and as human.
Yeah, I gotta
beings.
figure out a new YouTube chat
So
system.
that idea of having lesson cards that could capture not only the actual techniques that people are learning. We've seen waterbending lesson and earthbending lesson, but also important revelations within the world or important moments of growth for characters. We thought that was really fun. So that's where the idea of lesson came from. We liked bringing that subtype back. Especially because we also had a lot of mentor characters like Iroh that it just felt like these sort of mentor characters where their role in the show is a lot about passing along wisdom it just felt so cool to have them care about lessons in various different ways.
Yeah. Now, when we first introduced lessons a couple years ago, it was about you would learn a lesson and you would pull it from your sideboard and that sort of thing. But it doesn't work that way in this set, correct?
That's right. In this set, there is no learn, so the learn mechanic
How am I
isn't
supposed
here.
to
It's
learn?
just the subtype, and many other
The
cards
hell?
care about that subtype in different ways, kind of similar to other typal effects, that it's just caring about the subtype rather than it being a specific mechanic that does it.
Okay. So we're going to see some cards that care about lessons as well as some lessons. Let's see one of those cards that cares about lessons in the Lion Turtle, a 3/6 for 3 mana, Elder Cat Turtle, which is a heck of a type line. Vigilance, Reach, when it enters you gain 3 life, can't attack or block unless there are 3 or more lesson cards in your graveyard, and it can tap 4 mana. So tell us about the development of this card.
Yes, I mean the lion turtle, iconic creature in the show from the end of the show, and we really wanted to capture that vibe of it
Siege
is
Rhino?
very large for
Is
its
that you?
size,
Yeah.
3 mana, 3/6 with some very relevant keywords, but that just like in the show, it kind of stays dormant
Yeah, it seems pretty
until
bad, right?
you've reached the level of wisdom
Yeah.
kind of necessary. So this is a card that is really powerful sort of payoff for having a lot of lessons in your deck. And we wanted
you
to
like
tap
the
them on it
actual
because
Avatar
it
show?
felt very,
My email address is an
bland,
Avatar
essentially,
reference.
until it wakes up. So you can play it down, use it to kind of ramp and color fix you, and then once you've got enough lessons, then it will become a creature.
And if I'm not mistaken, the lion turtle
So now I hate
teaches
it.
Aang a very important lesson, perhaps one of the most important lessons that he will learn through his series, and something that might be very, very relevant very, very quickly right after
Yes.
this moment.
All right, and then of course the set has a number of these hybrid animals, but we're going to talk more about those later because we have some more to reveal later. Let's stay on the lesson train and look at a lesson in energy bending.
Well, there it is. The lesson that Aang learns from the lion turtle is something that helps Aang turn the tides of the battle when he refuses to give in to the nature of defeating Ozai with violence. Aang stays true to himself. The lion turtle teaches him something of ancient lore, gives Aang the responsibility to use it wisely, and here we can see that final moment on full display.
Yeah, and this, mechanically is kind of a weird effect, similar to energy
Wait
bending
a
sort of
minute.
existing outside of the normal power set
Yeah.
of the world. But we'll see a little bit later.
Oh,
at
this
least
doesn't
one
work with
card that can
scape
take you through
shifts?
this, and there's more of that in the set as well, of things that maybe care about your basic land types.
Well, and another thing I want to ask about here, Chris, is that this is colorless. We've seen a couple colorless cards. What was the thinking around colorless lessons?
I mean, yeah, we really wanted to make sure that there were enough lessons, available for everyone, for different
That's not a
players
bad
to be able to
lesson.
play them in their deck. So in a similar fashion to original Strixhaven, there are a number of colorless instants and sorceries with the lesson subtype to up the density.
do
to
kinda
help,
wish it worked with
make sure that there's
Scapeshift.
enough going around in draft, but
it
also
doesn't.
to capture some of the moments that, like this one, are kind of a little bit outside of the typical colors.
This is good for
and more
Amulet.
of a kind of generic, like all-encompassing type of lesson.
All right.
Your
let's take a
lands
look at
still don't
another
make 2 mana,
lesson,
though.
A hard-learned lesson.
So probably not.
Zuko's Exile.
So yeah, so this is a lesson that's kind of capturing less of a specific technique and more of like a important moment for this character of like,
Boil
Zuko becoming
myself.
exiled from the Fire Nation is really the start of his journey, where he learns a lot of things, not only about himself, but also about kind of the way that his nation and his family works, which eventually kind of comes to the head towards the end of the series. But this is the start of his journey. This card is kind of a mirror of, we have the colorless lesson, Aang's Tour, which we showed off earlier in our previews, and here's Zuko's Exile. And those two kind of are the mirrored starts of our two of our main characters' journeys, of Aang being on this kind of like fun-loving adventure, exciting with his friends, journeying the world, and meanwhile, Zuko has been cast out of his home and now has to go on a search for the Avatar.
Yeah. Real quick, there is a question that I've seen a few times in chat, and Dylan, this might even be a question for you. So we've seen on a couple cards, its controller creates a clue instead of the investigates keyword. Why did you all go with that here?
So that was both a mechanical and a flavorful thing. So we loved clues in the set. Clue felt like a fun way of sort of capturing. There's a lot of different characters that are investigating, that are, searching for the avatar. They find clues like
Does it
Katara's
include waste?
necklace
I'm not sure.
and, like
Probably
Iron,
not.
sandal that he leaves over.
I don't think
so
waste is
there
a
are lot of
basic
fun
land
ideas
type.
for clue cards. We felt that it played well with the set. But
It's
the
a basic
word
land, but it's not a
investigate
basic
didn't
land
quite
type.
fit flavorfully. But
Sure.
the other thing is that, we make a lot of, back when we made Investigate the first time around in
That's
Shadows over
true.
Innistrad, we didn't make a lot of artifact tokens. It was a pretty novel thing.
Sure.
But nowadays, we make kind of a lot of artifact
Consign
tokens. We
value
make treasure,
increasing.
we make food. There's all sorts of these
Consign
tokens that show up
50
in a lot of
tickets.
sets. And typically, we don't have a special word for that. We just say, make that token.
Right.
So because of that, we, at least in this set, decided that, hey, investigate wasn't the perfect word for us. Meanwhile, if we make it just create a clue, it
Where's all
lines
the
up
blue
better with a
people?
lot of the other effects that, more,
I mean, we're probably gonna
modern
get the
Magic
blue
players are
people
used to
set pretty
seeing in
soon.
various things. So that was kind of the
Might as
decision for
well,
this
right?
set. We'll see if when clues come back, if maybe it's in a very fitting setting, maybe investigate will return, or maybe we'll not use that word. I think we're kind of still open to that, but here we wanted to line it up more with the set. Also, as we've seen on previous and future cards, makes food tokens and other such tokens. So we thought lining it up with that made more sense.
I cut you off
No,
earlier.
I was actually gonna cue that up and be like, wait a second, we're missing a word here. So that's the
Great
perfect
minds think alike,
conversation.
yeah.
But also we are asking players who already learn a lot of words with the set already.
Sure.
With
they're getting rid
4
of
new
keywords?
mechanics
Let's
related to
go.
The bending element. So taking away
Huge.
other words to learn the rules text and just understanding what the card does will help, especially new players who are fans of Avatar coming into the set, learn the words that they already understand and how it relates to Magic, and then this can cue them up to learn what clues are, and then when they play wider Magic, learn that, oh, there's a whole mechanic around this if they really, really like it.
Yeah, there's certainly some amount of confusion with players when they see create a food. They're like, okay, that makes this token. They see investigate, and they're like, oh, well, it's got to be different. It's got to be
Sure.
different from food or from treasure because it has a special name, when in reality it is the same as
It
those.
is the same. Yep, makes sense. All right, our next lesson is one that's going to get chat going. We have Yip.
Let's go.
Yep.
All right, pretty simple combat trick here, but it does have that tag for an ally.
I think we're pretty good and limited.
That's right, yes. So allies we'll get into a little bit more moving forward. But ally, again, came from that exploration of, what are some things that feel really connected into the Avatar world? What are the vibes that we're trying to capture that really make it feel like Avatar? Beyond just,
Yeah, it's
the
no
full
stakes
banging.
can bail,
And
but it's decent.
One of the things is that the heroes
Flying is
of the
huge and
story
limited.
are not from one place. They
It's
are
gonna
from
add a
all
lot
over
of
the
limited
world. They're from
games.
all the different nations. Ultimately, the gang ends up with, members from all 4 nations, but also for, non-benders and benders from different, areas of the world. So we really wanted to have something that felt like it captured that idea of people from all different areas and walks of life and power sets combining together, teaming up together. And Ally was an existing type in Magic that also had that same flavor. Allies exist in all 5 colors, and they work together. So we felt like it was a great fit to bring something from Magic's history back and, capture the same flavor in a new setting.
Yeah, and we are going to talk more about allies later. We've got an entire section on that, so we'll come back to allies.
Yip is a card name that, when it's like, oh, we're making the Avatar set, we got to have a card called this. So just,
Yeah, it never once changed. It was put in, and it was like, that's it. I'm a huge proponent of when you are
mofo.
playing, saying the same things as the characters in the show when you're playing a Universes Beyond set, because it's just really fun and resonant. So I'm looking forward to the tallies of Yip counters at pre-release.
All right, let's take a look at another card. Let's take a look at Solstice Revelation. So this is a pretty sweet lesson. So 2 in a red, exile cards on the top of your library till you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than the number of mountains you control. If you don't cast that card this way, put it
Wait a
in
minute.
your hand, and then it's got flashback.
New storm card?
Right, so this is capturing, the moment, again, this type of lesson of when Aang is learning the kind of true nature at the solstice, where he's like, oh, this is
card
what's
might
going
actually
on
be
with the
decent in
world,
Storm.
the comet is coming, the firebenders are going to win the war, here's what we have to do to stop them. Mechanically,
How can we cast
this
rhinos
card
with this
is
chat?
one of many cards in the set that is going to reward you for sort of leaning into monocolor. So one of the things that we wanted to do with this set is, because the set is, the bending elements feel so connected in with the colors. Fire feels so red, water feels so blue. We obviously wanted to build the set so that you could play all different combinations of colors. But we also wanted to make sure there was a
I don't know
little
if this is
bit of
better than
monocolored
Glimpse.
rewards. So that if people
Glimpse
really
might
wanted
be
to go
better.
deep on, I am the fire bending deck. I just have all red cards and all fire.
Wait, does this cast
we
the
wanted to make
backside
sure
of
there were
Tibalt?
cards that would reward you for that. So
Think
this is
so,
one such
right?
card. There's one of these, an uncommon per color.
Yeah,
plus
you may
there's
cast
one
a
or
card
two
without
other
paying its
cards
mana cost. Yeah,
beyond
you can
that.
cast the back of
And
Tibalt.
energy bending is
You
an
can cast
example of a card
Valky.
that can help you to access multiple different monocolor rewards potentially in the same deck.
You just have to stack
Flashback
Valky.
also here is a way for us to be able to showcase good gameplay, but also moments in the show where we literally quite see a flashback.
Brain
storytelling
surge
wise,
into
or
rhinos
Aang
on
is
top into
learning a lesson from a
revelations.
previous
I
avatar,
broke
flashing
it.
back into the life of one of his previous lives.
Yeah.
So
Or you
again,
could just
when we
cast
get to
Shardless
sync up
Agent.
magic mechanics to in-world moments or in meta storytelling devices, I always feel like those cards are really, really strong because it makes the mechanic that much easier to explain. What is flashback? Well, in the episode, there was a flashback where we learned a lesson
Is
from
this
one of his previous
Valky?
lives. And I think that really syncs up with the players.
It's the
quite
guy
literally
with the
learning a
butterfly.
lesson
Is
as
this
well about
Valky?
magic.
Well, and Chris, we talked a little bit
It's
about
true,
this in
though.
the first look, but
It could be
often a card
Valky.
like this would typically be a sorcery. Not always, but a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Can you talk about
Yeah, you could
why this
do it Witch's
is the
Cottage.
lesson?
Well,
sorry, why it's an instant?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean, it's because of firebending, of course. So
Yeah.
your firebending creatures with firebending, when they attack, they give you mana until the end of combat.
Yeah.
So you really want to have activated abilities or instant speed spells to cast there. And so there's a couple of different, really high flashback costs on instants. That
you gotta go
if you have a lot of firebenders,
look at
they
all the
can
learn
empower
cards and
you
see
to
if any of them
cast
were
that spell,
playable.
earlier or more easily than you could otherwise.
All
I
right.
think there was one that was playable.
Next up is a cute little card that cares about lessons. We've got Sparring Dummy. Nope. Oh, Cycle of Renewal. I skipped.
That's next.
That's
Spoilers.
next.
Ooh,
Let's
can't
do
wait.
Cycle of Renewal. Okay, Cycle of Renewal, another lesson. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, so I mean, again, this is another lesson concept where we really
Yeah,
wanted to
divide
dig
by
into
0. This is a
what were
counter
some
spell,
big
right?
learning and teaching moments in the show for the characters. And this is certainly a very resonant, memorable moment for me where Aang is very distraught over the destruction of this forest, and Katara is like, hey, life will go on and this will be over time rejuvenated. It is easy to get lost in the despair of
bounce
the
spell.
moment, but it is important to think about the long-term future and how things can improve and get better and recover and heal.
Yeah.
This mechanically, this card is, a classic sort of, we call them Harrow effects for the original card that did this, where you sack a land, but you get 2 lands back. So you do lose something, but, more regrows afterwards. But in the context of this set, earthbended lands, if they die,
First day of
they
class
return
was
to
kind of
battlefield.
playable.
So if you've earthbent one of your lands, you can sack it to this effect. Maybe you'll be down a creature, but you'll be up 2 lands, and you get to keep your original one too.
Yeah. Makes sense. Very cool. All right, now it's time for Sparring Dummy.
Yeah, there it is. I know I am not looking at chat right now, but I can feel everyone who's been asking, where is Melon Lord? Do not fret, do not worry. Of course, we could not miss out on including the Melon Lord inside the Avatar set.
Yeah, and it was fun to come up with various
Hyper
different
Valky.
the concepts for cards
It's time
that
for
felt
Valky to
tied
spike
into
again.
lessons, right?
Yeah.
Like a sparring dummy, we've done these in Magic, and usually it's an artifact creature or something like that. The idea of, the sparring dummy is better when you're trying to learn, when you have a lot of lessons in your deck. That just felt like a really fun new take that felt a little bit more flavorful than maybe this card otherwise would be as just an artifact creature.
Also, generally, when we attribute flavor text to the character speaking, we try and keep it consistent across the set unless there is a major storytelling change here. We couldn't help but add Toph's proper title to the flavor text of this moment, Toph Melon Lord.
All right. Next up, we have a card, another card that cares about lessons, but it also cares about shrines and sagas.
Oh yeah, my internet's dying.
Tell us a bit about this card, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, so here's Guru Patik, the guru that Aang goes to learn from at the
Give it a sec.
Eastern Air Temple. Just trying to make sure I got the right one. Guru Patik cares about lessons, sagas, and shrines. These are 3 things that show up in the set. There isn't particularly a
lawnmower, I
deck
think.
or anything that is built explicitly around all 3 of those.
Yeah.
But they all show up in the set. Lessons is a little bit more of the set. Saga is a little bit less of the set. But generally, they all felt like very flavorful for this character that is, a master, a historian, a teacher, to be able to connect in all of these things. He lives at a shrine, like he, is connected to the history of the avatars.
Sorry, chat.
He teaches a lot of great lessons. So it felt like a fun way to make a card that could kind of support not just the lessons deck, but also a couple of these other fun sort of sideways strategies for draft.
Now, I want to pause here, too, and talk a little bit about the use of hybrid in the set. So there's a number of hybrid cards in the set. What led to the inclusion of those?
So far,
That's
nothing
right.
good
So
for
the
modern,
hybrid
it seems.
cards, there are a couple of different reasons. One was, again, we wanted to kind of make sure that we were showing some support for monocolor players. If you want to play monocolor, well, hybrid really
Alright,
helps
the
with
internet's
that
back.
because it allows you to play. There's more cards in the set that you can cast easily in your monocolor deck. The other reason is that there's a cycle of 10 hybrid legendary creatures.
For Urza
at
Sagas,
uncommon.
though.
And the reason for that is that we wanted the
It
recognizable
doesn't even trigger,
characters
'cause you have to
be
cast it.
easier for players to pick up early in draft.
You can put it in
and
your
kind of
hand.
Be flexible in where they played. So, for example, with Guru Patik, for someone who maybe loves this character or is just interested in going into this strategy, they can take this card early and maybe they'll end up blue-green, but maybe they'll end up red-green or red-blue or or mono-green or whatever. And so the fact that this card is hybrid really gives you a lot of flexibility in draft, as well as we'll see in other places, like for example in Jumpstart, where we want the packets to be monocolor so you can shuffle them together. The hybrid cards also allow us to put a lot of different cards in different packets that way. So hybrid was a really useful tool for us when designing the set, and especially in making sure that these characters could end up in as many different decks as possible. For
May I recommend Amulet Titan?
All right. Now, we mentioned
Heard that deck was
shrines.
kinda good.
Of course, we have to show a shrine. Let's take a look at Crescent Island Temple here.
Yeah, so the shrines in this set, creatively are hitting on the different important spiritual sites throughout the world. Earlier in our previews, we showed off the White Shrine, which was the Southern Air Temple.
Can't be Titan.
The thing that is cool about
Jessica Blank's pretty good.
I think it's
Zoo's
cool.
also
The
pretty
thing that's
good right
different
now.
About these shrines is that historically the shrines have had a certain effect that scaled with the number of shrines you control. These do too, but in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a
When these
modern deck
shrines
tier
enter,
list video
they'll
at some
have an effect
point.
based on the number that you control, but also every subsequent shrine
the next like
that
week and a
enters
half.
will also trigger that same effect. So you'll end up, for example, with this card, you'll end up with a red monk with prowess for each shrine you control before or after you play the Crescent Island Temple. And that kind of mixes up the shrine gameplay, gives it a little bit more dynamism, cares a little bit more about, which shrines you play. You're always going to get the value out of all of your shrines, but maybe what order you play
This card
them
is
in,
as
for
good as
example, like
the other
White Shrine with
shrines.
+1/+1 counter
If there's a lot of
features.
cheap,
So
good
maybe you
shrines,
want to,
this
play
card
it,
will be good.
later
If
on,
not,
maybe
this card
play
will be
it earlier.
bad.
There's all sorts of different things to do, but we really wanted to. We felt shrines were such a great flavor fit.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make sure that they were bringing something new to the table that shrines had not done previously.
Yeah.
Would also like to call attention to Momo here in the art. Now, I think I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. There is a question uttered throughout the series, throughout every book and many episodes, and it is simply, where's Momo? We took that question to heart, and we decided to figure out
Another
where
card
did
from my
Momo go
5-color
every time
Shrine
we
Commander
didn't
deck.
see Momo. Scattered throughout the set, we hid Momo in a variety
Excellent.
of art and scenes and places when he's off on his own adventures. Here is a display where we can clearly see Momo in the foreground, but there are plenty
Yeah,
of
we're
other pieces
2-2 with
where he's
Storm right
hidden
now.
out in between.
Storm's
So,
okay.
in addition to all the Avatar fans and all the players
Sometimes
out
you
there,
lose to yourself.
as you open the set
Sometimes you
and play
lose to
with the
Mill.
set, keep a list of all the areas you found Momo. Put them in your binder. See if you can find all the locations where Momo's off on his own quirky solo adventures.
One last thing I'll say is that even though we talked about monocolor and trying to support monocolor, shrines of course go in the opposite direction. Shrines are about having all 5 colors. So we really wanted to give a lot of different styles of play within the set. Of you can play, there's obviously the classic 2 colors, but there's also a lot of 3-color legends in the set. There's the 5-color shrines, and there's the monocolor support. So really giving players a lot of different things, different directions to go, and different decks to build and stuff to chew on.
Yeah. Now, I think we talked about this in the first look, if I remember correctly, but for those who didn't see it, shrines seem like such a natural fit in this set. How early did they get in the set? Was it just kind of like a slam dunk, like, yeah, obviously we're doing shrines?
I feel like some
Or did
fire
it come
breathing
about
thing
later?
has to be modern
One of the things
playable.
that happens in the development of Magic sets
Adding that much
is
mana is
in the
probably
early parts
good.
of design. Sometimes all it takes is someone saying, "Hey, what about this idea?" And you put it in the file, and everyone loves it, and it never leaves. So I think this one probably came from Carmen Clomperens, I think, who was just like, "Hey, it'd be cool? Shrines." And it was like we designed them, we put them in the set, and even though you tweaked them over time,
did.
of course, but
That's what made me think of the
sometimes
firebending
it really is
stuff.
just one person having a great idea at the right time.
Sozin's
and it
comment
just,
seems kind of cool.
Sticks with it the entire thing. I mean, honestly, that's how we came up with airbending as well.
Mhm.
Mark Gottlieb was just like,
Like that could make a lot of
who had never seen
mana.
the show, so he had no idea. He was like, "Can someone explain what airbending does?" And we explained it to him, and he was like, "What about this mechanic?" And we put it in the
Just
file.
needs a
We
payoff,
loved it, and
right?
it never changed. So great ideas. Some ideas take a lot of work and iteration and really stress testing, and other ideas you just try them out once, and you're like, "This is awesome," and we'll definitely do it.
And creatively speaking, those conversations were so easy. Chris would just swing by my desk and be like, "Hey, we had a design meeting today. We went over this, and we want to put shrines in." And generally, when there's like a mechanical overlap with creative, I'll have like, "Oh, here are my thoughts, here's my feedback, here are my opinions," and it was just like, "Okay, yeah, that sounds sick." Like, because it is such a clear overlap with the source material, like, it is immediately apparent of like, "Oh yeah, that's a win, that's a success." Well, how further, like now, how can we push it? And so those conversations always started with like one cool idea, and then it was, well, how many cool ideas can we now go with? So I really loved those, because also it's like I'd have a stack of meetings, Chris would swing by, and it was like, we got so much work done in 8
it an
seconds.
instant?
Yes, yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, this is great.
I mean, one of the things that really made this set such a joy to work on, beyond just my own love of the show, was the fact that
Can you foretell it
there are
at
so many things
instant
that felt
speed?
so natural to the marriage of the world of Avatar and the game of Magic, that there were so many things where it was like, "Yeah, that's sweet. Let's just do that."
No.
And it didn't really, So it was just such an awesome. There's so many of those moments. It was like, this is a natural, perfect fit. And just like, it made so many awesome parts of the set.
Oh, sorry. Let me grab the list for you.
All right. Let's move on to another awesome part of the set and go back to talking
Forgot to
about
upload it.
allies. We've touched on allies a little bit here. They were certainly in the debut video. So let's put an example up on the screen right now. Boiling Rock Rioter.
There you
So
go.
it's got firebending as well, but it certainly cares about allies and things. So Chris, how much of the set cares about allies? How many cards do we see like this? Tell us about allies.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to see allies throughout the set. They definitely show up slightly more in white and green, both
wonder
for
what it
flavor
is.
and mechanically. We wanted to make
Is
sure
it
that
delayed
they're sort of the
fireball
core
blast?
colors that the allies existed in for
Yeah.
draft. But allies show up in all the colors. That's kind of the point of them. And we wanted to make sure that we were able to capture allies even in kind of unexpected places. So, this is Chit Sang, a prisoner from the Boiling Rock. Fire Nation prison, and he is an ally of of opportunity, of chance, where they might not have teamed up with this guy under normal circumstances, but hey, given where they found themselves, he was more than happy to ally with the main characters and help them out in their attempt to escape the prison. And that also kind of ties into mechanically, he is able to exile your allies from your graveyard and then recast them, kind of allowing them to escape from the graveyard and get back into the game.
Yep.
So we really wanted to connect to that as well. Also, one of the things we just found was it was very fun to sort of combine the bending mechanics like firebending with the allies. We have so many allies that have the bending mechanics naturally just because they are characters in the show. So we thought it was really fun that it's like many of the different cards play well in both allies decks and maybe decks that are built around the bending mechanics.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have a card that creates a pair of allies in the Cave of Two Lovers,
Yes.
which is our first saga on this show.
We approached sagas in 2 different ways. This is a particular example of what I would refer to as like a classic Magic saga, where it is specifically retelling lore, mythos, and history. Like
Wait,
we put it in
earthbending's kind of
Magic
cool.
world.
I didn't know what
One of
earthbending
the
did before just
wonderful
now.
things about Airbender is that the lore and
I like that it puts it
history
back as a
of the
land
previous
when it
avatars
dies.
and world generations are paramount of importance to the experiences that Aang and his friends go through, constantly learning about the past to inform the future. So this saga here is from a particularly beloved episode that explores the a kind of like a cyclical story that happens in a particularly beloved location. That is a kind of a journey that Aang and Katara end up going through. But this saga explores that story as we were told to it, or as it was sung to us, and kind of recreating the experience of how we would tell stories through sagas and magic here in the Airbender set, with just a wonderful, almost like in-world depiction of how this story might be presented in the current era of Airbender.
And real quick, I'll just call out, you can see there, Chapter 2, it searches for a mountain or a cave card. So
reading chat's mind here.
Or a cave. Must be an amulet card.
I don't think we're not seeing it today, but there may be a cave card that, you know, flavorfully connects in with this story.
Well,
I'll have to wait.
Secret.
So
it's a
It is a secret. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it.
It's a secret.
All right. Let's move on to Water Tribe Rallier. So this one has Waterbending 5, and I do want to pause and just chat about Waterbending real quick, but also look at the
Yeah,
four
me and
cards you
Spike
library.
at the
You may
wedding.
reveal a creature card with power 3 or less from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This one's in this section because it is also an ally. But I do want to talk about waterbending. Waterbending was one of the mechanics we held back a little bit because, as I understand it, there's a lot of mechanically built into this set for waterbending.
Right. So waterbending is a little bit unique. So firebending, you know, it's a mechanic that goes on creatures, kind of does the same thing each time. Earthbending, you know, has different numbers, but does the same thing each time. Airbending can target different things, target yourself, target your opponent sometimes, but generally does the same
No,
thing.
I mean, he went to
Waterbending is very
Japan, so I
unique
doubt he's going to
because
get a rental
it
card.
is the same cost on everything, but it has different effects.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because when we were trying to come up with, you know, what is a single effect that captured waterbending, we just never found anything that was really satisfying. We represent water magic in the game of Magic so many different ways. None of them felt uniquely specific to water. And in the show, they use water in so many different ways. They are, you know, they can create liquid and solid ice and gaseous mist, and they can heal. And so there's so many, and there's blood bending, there's plant bending, there's so many different ways of using it. So what we were really looking for with waterbending was a kind of singular input that could create a lot of different outputs. So that what makes it very different is that each waterbending card, you know, they all want you to have a lot of different creatures and artifacts in play to help to pay the costs. For example, Water Tribe Rallier here plays really well with, you know, allies. There's lots of little allies that are very cheap or make ally tokens. So not only is this card an ally itself, but you're also likely to play it with other cards that will make it easier to pay the waterbending cost over and over again. But also
I don't know how
to
to feel about waterbending.
But because
It
all
feels
of them
like
are doing different
improvised to me,
things,
no?
it really captures a wide range of different ways that waterbending manifests in the show.
All right.
Also, creatively, one of the amazing opportunities that we had when working on the set with Avatar Studios was to find little areas of the world to like +1 and explore a little bit. So if you're a fan of the show, you remember that when we go
if I
to
like the mechanic.
Northern Water Tribe or in the North
Feels
Pole,
too
most of
same.
the,
It's like
female
convoke,
waterbenders
improvise.
are healers. And as Katara comes in, there's a big struggle between her and Paku about the role of a waterbender. And Katara's
like same,
presence there kind of
little different.
shatters the societal expectations of who can waterbend in what way. And so after that, we see that later on in the series, we've got waterbenders from the north that come, act as allies, and reinforce
This one uses
the
artifacts
gang. But we wanted to
and
explore,
creatures.
well, after Katara left, do the other healers learn more bending combat and offensive capabilities and
Internet
become
struggling.
a part of the wider organization? So we found areas to kind of explore
Sorry.
and flesh out the ramifications as Team Avatar has moved throughout to see where those kind of characters might have gone, which is a really, really fun opportunity to continue to
Apologies,
flesh out the world with
apologies.
our partners.
Yeah, it was awesome to work with them and to discuss these little details of the world that we
Stay
got
with
to
me,
kind of
chat.
expand or explore.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to our next card, White Lotus Reinforcement. So this one, pretty straightforward. Other allies you control get +1/+1.
Yeah, so this, you know,
I think this could have been one cheaper.
A key part of the white
Could have been like white, green.
allies
get +1/+1.
deck for limited. And yeah, I think it's just sort of a classic, you know, not every single ally cares about allies, but there are a lot that do and are going to, you know, encourage you to be playing as many allies as you can fit into your deck.
Cool. All right, now we've got a couple powerful Fire Nation cards to reveal, including Ozai the Phoenix
Who?
King, along with some of those booster fun versions. All right, tell us about this card, Chris.
Yeah, so I mean,
that
Ozai in
card's
sort of his
sweet.
final boss form was definitely something we knew that we wanted to capture. And
Spectrum,
additionally,
please.
it also, at this moment in the show, this is so much about the kind of like peak of over-the-top firebending
Spectrum,
power.
please.
So we really love the idea of, especially in this moment of Comet-enhanced Ozai, just kind of like
That card's so sweet.
gathering up all of the firepower that he possibly could and getting stronger and stronger as he did. It kind of also connects in with a card that we saw that we've previewed earlier, which is the Comet, which gives all your creatures a lot of firebending.
Yeah.
So just being able to, pool up all your firebending mana and hold it and spend it on something huge, or just have it around and have him, fly and be indestructible in addition to trampling.
This card's too good for limited.
Yeah, and these booster fun versions are amazing.
It is very good for limited,
One
huh?
of the ways that we wanted to continue to depict Ozai was always like a bit of distance. Generally we want to show like a legendary character, a legendary creature in like a cool heroic moment or a really awesome action shot, and we're getting the action shots here, but we're trying to keep distance away from Ozai because he is still that kind of like looming villain.
Internet,
Even when
please.
Aang and him are fighting at like the very end, it was important for us to like feel as though you could see the weight of his firepower versus just him as a character, because of what he represents and the force that he brings as much part of his character as his like actual design and his aesthetic.
Dude, Spectrum's
And that
so
kind of
fucking
becomes
ass,
true
man.
Across most of the iterations of the art that we will see, whether it's in the main set, the borderless scene, the borderless battle pose, and so on.
All right. Let's look at another Fire Nation card. We've got the Fire Nation Drill.
Wait, this is
We
dope.
haven't seen many vehicles in this set, but this is a pretty unique one.
Yep, there are a few vehicles, just for flavorfully capturing the vehicles that we see in the show. Here we can see that, Fire Nation Drill, it destroys something when it shows up. Destroys something with power 4 or less, so pretty good at taking down walls.
Yeah.
It also has this ability where it makes things lose hexproof and indestructible. I don't know what that's about. Maybe
That's
there's
pretty
maybe
sweet,
there'll be
too.
something else in
It's
the
like
set
Shadowspear
that,
flavor text on it.
Gives one of those two things that it might be good to have a drill to help take down. We'll have to see. But yeah, this card, very memorable episode and moment in the show that we really wanted to capture. And also, I want to point out the sort of for the borderless field notes.
I was going to ask
treatment.
about that. That's normally creatures and animals.
Right. So we'll see a lot of hybrid animals that have the field notes. But we also kind of wanted to mix it up and add in a little bit of variation. So there's some of these, a war machine, kind of large mechanical or just general structures where we got a little bit more like blueprints or architectural with the field notes. Same style, same treatment, but allows us to kind of explore different aesthetics than the kind of biological, zoological type of notes.
I'm running a speed test, chat.
We are nearing the end. Not there yet, but we've still got a few cool cards to show off in our bonus round, as well as some of the borderless versions of
upload
cards
speed
we
is
saw
suffering.
in the debut video. But before we get to that, let's take a look at our next card, Daily Agents. This is a sweet card and a sweet-looking card on that borderless scene card there.
Yeah, so Daily Agents, when it enters, you earthbend 1, and then you earthbend 1 again.
Yeah.
And so that means you could double stack up on the same land or split it up into 2 different lands. And of course, the second ability, where when it attacks, it drains your opponents for the number of creatures you control with plus counters on them. That encourages you to split up a little bit. What's fun about earthbending is that if you have multiple earthbending effects, you have a lot of flexibility. Do you want to stack up on one? Do you want to spread out? Generally speaking, in Magic, it is more powerful to
YouTube hasn't
spread
buffered
out.
at all.
But because each earthbended land is an actual land that you're giving up, there's a lot more tension. As
Wonder
YouTube's
eating
can
all my
you afford
bandwidth.
to have 2 of your lands be creatures, or are you just going to use them for mana every turn? So it's not as effective as maybe having one larger thing. Daily Agents here, of course, cares about +1/+1 counters, so that's sort of the black-green theme for the set. But there are plenty of other ways of using Earthbending 2 to, for landfall or for having a larger creature if you stack up on one. So Earthbending is very flexible in the different ways you can use
The
it.
drill
I
that
love
will
the
pierce the
introduction of black mana
heavens.
to the Daily. We've seen a lot of green
Kamina.
and maybe a little bit green-red Earthbending as the more
Let's
like
go.
primal and more expected version of it. But the Daily have such a specific flavor inside of Bossing Sane when we see them, giving them black mana and then adding more to the mythos of how Earthbending it has been adapted is a great way to showcase like the in-world storytelling and us for our color pie to explore a mechanic that is increasingly flexible or gains kind of new attributes when we kind of spread it out from its core color.
That's right. Even though the bending mechanics are generally focused into one color, they of course splash out into different places based on flavor and also for gameplay. And black, of course, not having any sort of element directly tied to it, is the one where we see the most of the different elements. Kind of like, hey, there are villains or anti-heroes in all the different nations using all the different bendings. So black is going to see a lot of the different bending mechanics showing up.
Yeah. All right. We touched on it earlier, but let's talk about the hybrid animals. Let's take a look at Tiger Seal and talk a bit more.
Oh, the one blue
in and of
3/3.
itself, very cool card. Single blue mana for a 3/3 vigilance. But at the beginning of your upkeep, tap this creature. And then when you draw your second card,
That card's kinda
untap
nice,
this
no?
creature. This is an adorable little thing here.
Yeah, so
Delver?
just a really unique part of the Avatar world is these hybrid animals. It's something that Magic itself has done.
I'll fix
in the past, and
magical.
People always seem to love it, so it was great to return to that. One of the fun things that we learned is originally,
This card
Avatar
is
wasn't-
it's
this
just
wasn't
Delver.
The original vision for Avatar.
This
to
card's
have these
nice.
hybrid creatures, but a concept artist just drew a couple and they put them in the show, and then all the other artists loved them so much they just kept making more and more and more until it became an iconic part of the world. This card, a fun card for your drawing your second card style deck, good with clues. Straightforward, fun, interesting kind of take on a blue creature.
Yeah.
I just wanted the little tiger cub or the kitten seal.
Right.
And in the borderless field notes, this is paramount, one of the top 5 favorite pieces of art for me, because again, this is just cementing me in world. If I saw this little guy, I would probably be torn to shreds by the mother tiger seal. But he's just so adorable.
Is Avatar
I
anime?
can't
Yes.
not.
It's cartoon.
All right. Now
Kind
let's
of.
take a look
It's like
at
cartoon anime, somewhere between there.
Oh, Path to Redemption.
Path to Redemption.
Path to Redemption. All right. 1 and a white for Enchant Creature. Enchant Creature can't attack or block, so we get that passive style effect. But then 5 mana, sacrifice the aura. You exile the Enchanted Creature and make an ally.
Right. So one of the fun parts and sometimes challenging parts of Magic design is coming up with fun, interesting twists on kind of the classic Magic cards that we've seen a lot that we know play well. So this is, a pacifism
Chaz is still
with an
lagging.
expensive way of getting rid of the creature, get a little bonus. But a card like this, what can really make it sing is finding some awesome flavor. So for us, that was the idea of, Iroh's kind of journey throughout his life, kind of even predating the events of the show. But it's he used to be a Fire Nation general, and then through some tragedy kind of became more of a passive person, not really actively
Is it
fighting
Murktide card?
anymore. And then, of course, flipping all the way to, becoming an
Seems pretty
ally
good
and
with Riddler.
actively participating in the side of, the White Lotus.
Browse
and the
card,
Allied Nations
maybe?
against the Fire Nation. So this,
Maybe
even
it's a
though,
zoo
it's
card.
a common, it is still able to tell that story through the stages that it takes us through, which is something that is always just so fun when you get to tell these awesome stories through kind of even common.
Here, Chad, if you want to watch it
Beautiful
without
flavor text, a beautiful
stutters,
beautiful moment.
go peep the
I
YouTube
was
live
gonna ask you
stream.
about that. This is a good place to talk about the flavor.
Oh, wait, no, that's the
text,
wrong
because we've
link.
seen
Hold
some.
on.
This one's
Not
really
that.
fitting. Now, Dylan, was it all taken directly from the show? Is there anything that's not from the show?
Yeah.
Not that,
So
this.
about 90% of the flavor text comes directly from the show. There's so many wonderful
linked you to my
iconic quotes that
studio.
people know, love, and expect, especially for certain characters like Iroh. Every single line he says, oh my God, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Some of the flavor text that we wrote for the set was more about no one talks about this animal in particular, for example, or this event that happens. We just, as viewers, watched it and understand through context what things are. So we would write new, almost like bestiary style flavor text, or add some like quips and lore that kind of fit the tone and the flavor. But whenever possible, we always started with something from the show. But it's a lot of the expectation to see what you are familiar with, but then to present them in either the context you want to see it in, or the context that is brand new, where we are overlaying a larger, maybe more abstract creative concept here with a quote that you know and love to kind of reinstill and invigorate a new experience with something that you have maybe watched 6 or 7 or 9 or 11 times.
Or if you like Stuttering
Yeah, I
Dingo,
certainly
you can
remember
stay
the
here, I
point in the
guess.
process where Dylan came to me and was like, "Here is my extensive list of awesome Iro lines.
Yeah, I left my, I
Where
left my
can we put
studio, I'm
these on
sorry.
cards?"
All right, let's take a look at our next card. There it is.
Oh, there it
There's
is.
honest
Yeah.
work.
Yo, we got honest
this
work.
This is an interesting little fact here.
It's not much, but it's
Yeah, so,
honest
I mean,
work.
This is kind of this
Let's
is a style of magic card
go.
we're seeing more and more nowadays. We refer to it usually as a witness protection style effect because that was
Sure.
kind of the most memorable version for us, at least at the beginning. And that felt very flavorful for this moment in the show where Iroh and Zuko are kind of hiding as
Humble merchants.
I love this.
Oh God,
This is my
refugees,
favorite card
sorry,
so
I
far.
lost the word. They're hiding as refugees in the Bossing Say. So they're pretending / honestly living as humble
Alright,
merchants.
I think I'm gonna
humble
kill
tea merchants.
the Twitch stream and
So we
stream
wanted
on
to really
YouTube or
capture this,
something.
and we loved just the general vibe of.
Because Jesus
Yeah, that
Christ,
creature's
it's just
hiding now.
lagging.
They're just normal. In terms of like exactly,
Chat, go to the YouTube stream.
mechanically, one of the things we found was, hey,
Go to the YouTube.
just the
Go to the
classic
YouTube. Go to the
normal
YouTube. Go to the
style
YouTube. I'm
of
killing the
witness
Twitch
protection
stream.
effect, kind of pretty annoying if it goes on an earthbended land. So that led us to this kind of different
Actually, I don't know if I could
approach
do that.
where you kind of get to remove all +1/+1 counters and tap the creature, which is a benefit. But then in exchange, that creature does get to tap for mana. So
Sure.
that's kind of the trade-off of a little bit stronger in one way, a little bit weaker in another way. That
Yeah.
helps it fit mechanically with what's going on. And I also think that tapping for colorless mana feels like they've become a team merchant, at least to me. Just like a little utility guy that's helping you out still.
All right, now we are gonna move on to showing off some of the borderless versions of some cards that we saw in the debut video. We'll chat about the cards as well. We're not gonna just blow right by these. But let's take another look at Azula Cunning Usurper. So we saw again the main set version, but we got the borderless version on the right. But let's talk a little bit about what's going on with this. It looks, you've got firebending and a blue-black card. There's a lot going on here.
Right. So yeah, firebending. We wanted
Chad, are we
to
live
make
still?
red mana because that just felt so resonant. Just visually seeing the red mana symbol feels like fire. So that meant that we were going to put it on a couple of non-red cards. Now, the
Chad, are we live on
way the Commander
YouTube?
rules work. The reminder text red symbols don't count
Okay,
for
looks
color
like it,
identity.
yeah.
So this
Chad, are we
card
live on
is a
YouTube?
blue-black card for color identity
Okay, cool.
purposes. Although there is a 3-color Azula, which we have seen previously as well. But Azula, among
know
her
what
many
happened.
traits, she is a expert level firebender, a master.
what happened to the Twitch
even at
stream.
a young age, much stronger than No, sorry to Dante Bosco,
it's
a little
just
bit stronger than Zuko.
Doggy, I guess.
But so it just felt wrong for any of the Azula cards to not have firebending on it.
Sure.
And we found a couple of different unique ways for her to use that firebending. For example, in this case, she is going to. This is representing Azula in Book 2, where she, it's particularly the moment where she takes over the Earth Kingdom, kind of, performs a coup and is able to usurp the Earth King and Dai Li.
Take over the Dai Li and become kind of this new
Long
threat.
Fang,
Yeah.
Long Fang, the leader of the Dai Li. So she takes over. So this idea of she shows up, she exiles a couple Euro cards, and then now she gets to cast them. She gets to take over those cards. That felt like a very fun and very Azula thing to do.
We've also seen a couple of this in particular moment from the borderless side of here.
Hey, while we're over on the
Levante.
YouTube stream, by the way,
Couple of those
chat,
cards are starting to stack
drop
up.
it a
I'm curious
like,
as people
yeah?
are putting together what exactly this is.
Yeah,
maybe
drop a few
building
likes
to
on the
or putting
YouTube stream.
together as they do go together, and there is a very specific scene that these are all kind of building towards.
Very cool. All right. Speaking of 3-color Azula, let's take a look at Fire Lord Azula. There's 3 colors. Let's keep talking about Azula.
Yeah, I mean, so here we have the sort of final stage Azula in the very last episode of the show, where she's kind of completed her simultaneous ascent to the throne and descent in terms of her mental state. But so yeah, in the final duel with Zuko, here we see Azula for her very temporary stint as Fire Lord.
That was pretty sweet.
But yeah, again, just kind of we found firebending was a really fun mechanic to work with. We found a lot of cool and interesting ways of using it, and in this case, right, finding ways to be able to cast spells in the middle of combat.
Yep.
You know, instance, of course,
For
but
Twitch
ways of
mods,
granting
no
flash
no
or just
chance,
other
no
cards
shot.
that maybe have flash naturally. You can really do some awesome stuff with what you can copy.
Also, if you are an Avatar fan and you're playing Fire Lord Azula, and maybe someone who hasn't watched the series yet reads the flavor text and goes, "Oh, what a nice sister. She's so sorry about this moment." It is your duty to instruct that new player or that new would-be fan that, in fact, that is sarcastic. You have to use the tone. She is not sorry at all. In fact, she's very excited to finally defeat Zuko.
Where's the /S?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
I think thankfully the face in the awesome art here is really going to help to communicate.
Really communicate her
Yeah.
goals.
Well, I mean, speaking of the awesome art, like the borderless battle pose, these are just some of the most striking borderless cards we've ever done.
Yeah, it's important to kind of display Azula as power incarnate, just like we were talking about with Ozai. But we get so much more close-up screen time with Azula. That's why we also try to keep her a little bit closer to the frame, because her expressions are exceedingly important to understanding her character.
Yeah. All right, now let's take a look at the main and booster fun versions of Aang at the Crossroads.
Aang at the
/
Crossroads, huh?
Destined Savior.
It's a lot of text.
All right, so we haven't in this show, we did a little bit again at the first look, but talked about
I was
sort
Collected
of
Company.
the growth of Aang as seen through the cards. The debut touched on it, but where is this version of Aang at in the story?
That's right. So this is Aang at the end of book 2.
Pretty cool.
Where he has,
Kinda weak,
he's
but
picked
pretty
up
cool, I think.
earthbending along the way. And in particular, this front side is kind of capturing Aang's journey through this. He's searching the top 5 cards to try and find creatures. In this book, not only he starts out searching for his earthbending teacher of Toph, eventually finds her, and then spends a lot of the rest of the season searching for his long-lost best friend Appa, who he also does eventually find. But in particular, down here, we can see when another creature leaves the battlefield, Aang is going to transform. And that is sort of representing
Yeah, I could put
the
Omnath
fact
into
that
play and
at
then,
the
like,
very
flip.
end of the finale, he has sort of locked
And just become like a
himself
4/4
out
flyer.
of,
It makes 2/2s.
against Guru Patik's instructions, he kind of goes to help his friends.
Seems
he sort of
cool.
locked himself out of the Avatar state. But when he sees, his friends, particularly
Also pitches
Katara,
to
in danger, he
Solitude,
sort of
endurance,
reaccesses
subtlety.
the Avatar state.
Seems
In case
decent in
maybe
4
someone
color. It
hasn't
is
seen the
boltable
show,
though
I
for
won't
5
spoil
mana.
exactly what happens right after that. But we see kind of here is his, this card's really telling the story overall.
Yeah, probably pretty
of
good
his
birthing
book
ritual.
2 journey. And as you mentioned, we've seen a couple of different Aangs. We saw a 1-color Aang that airbends.
Oh, you can
Here's a
go
3-color Aang that
birthing
airbends.
ritual,
And we've
warp
seen
a
4-color Aang
Riddler,
that firebends.
sack the Riddler, put the Aang into
So,
play.
I don't know,
Aang
there
puts
might be one.
We're not big on
Oculus into play.
3 seems right for the.
Yeah. For us, three Aang cards felt right. 3 elements felt right, and so that is what we decided to do. At least until further notice.
Talk a little bit about this being colorless on the backside as well.
Yeah. So one of the things that to me, and this is honestly something that just came from my own wishes, which was that basically I felt that it was really important that the Avatar state, so the backsides of all the Aangs represent him really entering into that full-on Avatar state moment. And so to me, I felt like, kind of at that point is when the Avatar sort of transcends kind of being just like, so you can
Magical
see that,
Christmas
right,
Land.
like, he's a human
Yes.
avatar on the front. He's just an avatar on the back.
It is
and he
magical
goes from being
Christmas land,
many-colored
but
to
it's
being
one I
no
want to live in.
the idea of the Avatar state being this spiritual transcendence that goes beyond color, goes beyond human form, and really enters into this brand new echelon of power.
You can
and
also put
importance,
Fibblethip into
and
play and
mystic,
draw too.
Mystic embroidery.
Huge.
A really cool way of just upping the ante. And we saw this not only on the Aang cards, but also on the we've seen one double-faced saga which has Avatar Kuruk on the back, and Kuruk is also colorless on the back.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a through line of the backside Avatar states are always
YouTube
colorless.
starting to
That not
stutter.
only gives you
It's
that
a fucking
feeling
wrap.
that they've gone above and beyond what they the kind of
All right,
standard
we're gonna make
way
it through
for
this, and
them
I'm
to
gonna
work, but they
end the
also
stream for the
all
day
get to have really
and go
cool, bleed
choose
through art
Spectrum's
on the back.
ear
Like,
off.
even in the main set, you get to see kind of art that extends beyond the normal frame.
All right, one final card to look at.
I think I'll
last
finish League
card.
tomorrow.
Okay, the last Agni Eye.
Nice
So I can
setup.
pay out the
Yeah,
Gambit
again,
tomorrow
we
also.
showed the main set version, but again, the borderless, the art, just fantastic from Dominic Mayer. Did Dominic Mayer do all of these, or just many of them?
You're really going to want to see them all together.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
That's all you'll say.
Yes.
All right. Interesting effect here.
Yeah, awesome flavor text. I love this flavor text.
Yeah.
But yeah, the last Agni Kai, really pivotal, super memorable moment. One of the coolest, in my personal opinion, as an Avatar fan, obviously. One of the coolest kind of like final battle finale episodes. And right, just that idea of like, it has to be a fight, and it has to really tie in with firebending. Those were the two goals, and we, were really excited about the card that we came up with, and how not
That could
only
be a good
does it
card in
capture that moment
Zoo.
of this great duel, but also in conjunction with other firebending cards, really allows you to take advantage of that mana. We also saw this on
Or maybe
similar effect
Prowess.
to the
I
Fire
don't know.
Lord Ozai, which is these kind of like really, really high level pivotal firebending moments.
I'm not sure
that allow
either.
you to
I
extend
feel
the
like
usage
certain
of your fire
aspects,
in ways that,
maybe
open up
like
all sorts of new possibilities.
Sozin's Comet is gonna be super busted in
All
some
right.
way.
We are just about
But maybe
done.
other firebending cards that like Firebending 1 are just gonna be weak.
Some small things, but that's what we have for the main set. Is there anything you want to land on? Anything you're
can't tell.
excited about for people to discover during preview season?
I'm not excited at all, really. No, I'm excited about everything. Obviously, it's too much to count. I could go on and on. So
Yeah.
really, just there's still a lot of things that people are asking me, like, oh, are we going to see this? Are we going to see that? We tried to get basically everything that we could. One of the awesome parts of Avatar is that, with 3 seasons of television, there's a lot of material to dig into, but not so much that we had to leave a lot out. So I think that fans are mostly going to be able to see a lot of the things that they want to see, and I'm
Hitting
hoping
the
that we
YouTube
got
ads.
everyone's favorites in there in some way.
Yeah.
I've expressed
Imagine not
my,
having YouTube Premium.
Momo. Find Momo. I want to see your collections of if you found all the Momos. I'll be checking your math.
Yeah. All right. Before we go, we're not going to show off much from, a lot of sets have secret layers associated with them. This set's no different. We're not going to show off a ton, but we did think this one secret layer was worth showing
secret
off
layer.
to all of you Avatar fans. So let's just throw up all my cabbages.
Chain of Vapor, Meltdown,
Yeah.
Nature's Claim, Anguish Unmaking,
tell you what.
Putrefy.
Writing the flavor text.
My
for this,
cabbages, my
brutal.
cabbages,
Real,
my
just trying to
cabbages.
capture the emotional catharsis or the
Yeah.
emotional strains. We really had to dig deep and really feel like what would happen if I lost my.
I guess, yeah, foods are
Take a
artifacts, so Meltdowns killing cabbages makes sense.
Yeah. No, these are fantastic. We'll have more information about the various secret layer drops associated with
The
this.
Toph laughing at him in the nature.
That was on purpose for
really
sure.
great. Yeah.
Everyone else gets to do it. Why can't I do it?
And before we go, if
Card-wise,
you are
it's not a
interested in
great-
learning
not a
more
great
about this
secret
set,
layer,
seeing
no.
more, we of course have our ambassadors lined up, so let's put them up on the screen. So these are going to be the content creators creating some amazing ambassador content for you throughout the Avatar: The Last Airbender season for us. You can always search hashtag MTG Ambassador on your favorite social media platform to find what any of these amazing folks are up to. So start looking for that.
Another set
soon.
where I don't get to be an
That
ambassador.
is all we have today. Thank you for tuning in. previews are going to continue this week and next week, leading into the pre-release coming the weekend of November.
I applied to be an
15th,
ambassador for the
global
Spider-Man set,
on
and they were
November
like,
24th.
"Oh, it's too late for the
Stay
Spider-Man
tuned.
set. We'll put you on the
Next
list for the
week,
next
we're gonna be
one."
talking Jumpstart. We're
I was
just
not on the
revealing
list for the next
all of
one.
it, and talking about all of it. So please come see us next week. Until then,
Turns
see
out.
you next week.
Alrighty, chat. Hey, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Sorry about my internet. I know it's really scuffed. Well, I apologize for that. But I think we're just gonna call the stream here, and then I'm gonna give Spectrum a call and give them a little, have some words with them. I'm gonna go to this RCQ. If the RCQ doesn't fire, I'm probably just gonna come home and stream some more. So, might be on later, chat. If there's no RCQ, either way, tomorrow we're gonna do the if we lose to it, we play it stream. We'll finish up the last match of this league here tomorrow as well, and then that'll lead us. It'll be a good segue into the if we lose to it, we play it. So that should be a fun stream. But for now, chat, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Have a good one and good night. Well, good afternoon, I guess. Bye bye. I can't do Two Knock on YouTube either. Play Two Knock yourself.